Good morning, all. On this beautiful Monday morning in Pretoria, please make sure that your cell phones are off. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hassim.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. The witness today is Colonel Francois Steyn, and he is prepared to take the oath.
Good morning, Colonel. Oh, no, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Colonel Steyn will take the oath.
The oath. Oh. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners and Colonel Steyn, you will have two files in front of you. The first file, File 1, contains two statements by the Colonel. The first is the 5-page statement, and the second is a supplementary statement that's 13 pages long. Colonel, do you have that file in front of you with the two statements?
I indeed do, Commissioner.
Can you turn to the first statement, please?
First statement.
The first statement, yes.
I'm there.
And if you turn to the last page of that statement, page 5, is that your signature on that page?
It is indeed my signature.
And can you confirm that the contents of these 5 pages is true and correct?
As far as my knowledge goes, yes.
Thank you. Can you then turn to the second statement, the supplementary statement?
I'm there.
And can you go to the last page of that statement? Can you confirm that the signature on that page is yours?
It's indeed my signature.
And you confirm the contents of this statement as true and correct?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Thank you, Colonel. Chair, File 2, we will be using during the course of the Colonel's evidence. I just would like to point out that there are a few documents towards the end of File 2 which are really for witnesses that are to follow. So we may not refer to every single document in File 2. It's just that they were included in here for context, but it's for the next witness who will be coming in the next days. Thank you. Colonel, before we start with your statement, just provide a bit of context for the commissioners. What we're going to be dealing with, as you're aware, last week we dealt with the drug bust at Port Shepstone. Did you see any of that?
Yes.
And the stream that we are concerned with this week is a second drug operation, and that was in Eriton in Gauteng. You confirm that?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that drug bust in Eriton?
I am indeed.
And that was a drug bust of about roughly 700 kgs of cocaine.
715 kilograms, yes.
What's the street value of that amount of cocaine?
Street value of a kilogram of cocaine is roughly 400,000 rand per kilogram.
400 per kilogram?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so an amount this size is quite high value. It's roughly 300 million rand.
Yeah.
And this occurred on 9 July 2021, this drug operation?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And is it correct that there have been no arrests currently linked to this operation.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And is it correct that there have been serious allegations of police interference in the investigation of this crime?
That is indeed correct.
Thank you. So that's just to give the commissioners a sense of why we are dealing with this particular issue and where we're going with it. Let's begin with your supplementary statement. You provide a bit more detail there about the context and your background. So can I ask you to go to that statement and begin at paragraph 5. You may read this into the record, or you may summarize as you go along, as you like.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, I joined the South African Police Service in 1987. I started off at the uniform or the station environment. During 1989, I was transferred to the Hillbrow Vehicle Theft Unit in Johannesburg, where I attained the rank of lieutenant. During 1995, I was promoted to captain, whereupon was appointed the unit commander of the Vehicle Finance Fraud Unit. In 2001, I was appointed to the rank of superintendent, currently equivalent rank to that of lieutenant colonel, and transferred to the syndicate fraud unit in Johannesburg. In 2002, I was transferred to the organized crime unit in Pretoria, where I investigated various matters, to inter alia include that of narcotics-related offences and, for example, vehicle theft as well. During 2006, I was promoted to the rank of senior superintendent, presently equivalent rank to that of colonel. I was appointed as the unit commander of East Rand Organized Crime Unit. During 2015, I was transferred back to the Pretoria Organized Crime Unit to again assist in that unit. And in 2017, I was transferred to the Priority Violent Crime Unit, or task team, as the team leader. The NPVC, the Priority Violent Crime team, operated parallel with the SANEP team referred to in my original statement, and constitute of a
Colonel,
provincial team.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you just explain what SANEB stands for?
SANEP stands for South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau.
Thank you.
That constituted a provincial team responsible for the investigation of serious and violent crime. That's the NPVC. I acted as the team leader there, and there I stated what SANEP stands for. The units was established around 2016 to combat and escalate. The SANEP team was together with the NPVC team. They were established together. The SANEP team was established to combat the escalation in illicit drug trade in South Africa. SANEP operates nationally to investigate and disruptive organized drug trafficking networks, clandestine laboratories, and to address the issue of precursor chemicals. During 2020, I was appointed as the SANEP team leader within the DPCI Gauteng structure, and was further tasked with being the provincial coordinator for SANEP. During 2022, both NPVC and SANEP teams were disbanded. Following this disbandment of the four said teams, I remained stationed at the provincial office, where I continued with being the project manager of undercover investigation into a drug syndicate. At the same time, I continued to perform duties as the provincial coordinator for SANEP, and another issue was also added, that of KFR. KFR stands for Kidnapping for Ransom Investigations, dealt with by the DPCI. During 2025, I was transferred to the West Rand Serious Organized Crime Unit, where I was appointed as the unit commander and currently still serving there.
So You've got quite some experience in dealing with drug seizures and enforcement, narcotics enforcement, right? That is,
Yes.
you've got a particular interest in that, as I understand.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, Commissioners.
Okay, continue with your training and qualifications.
During the course of my career, I completed numerous specialized investigation courses, inter alia, including but not limited to forensic investigation course, criminal investigation course, detective course, organized crime course, anti-kidnapping and extortion course. In respect of my tertiary education, I obtained the following qualifications: a National Diploma in Policing, National Higher Diploma in Policing. It was later changed to the BTech degree in Policing. I did a diploma in security management, private security management, and then I did a year certificates in project management and a year certificate in strategic management.
Continue.
My current responsibilities as I'm serving as the Unit Commander for Serious Organized Crime Investigations in Westland, except for the day-to-day management of the unit, I also oversee the investigations involving, to inter alia, include narcotic-related offences, cash-in-transit robberies, police killings, illicit gold and diamond dealing, infrastructure-related crimes, trafficking in persons, and kidnapping for ransom investigations. I'm also, as I indicated, continuing to perform duties as the Provincial Coordinator for SANEP and KFR investigations. In such a capacity, I coordinate most major investigations dealt with by the aforesaid structure within the Gauteng province. Following the disbandment of the narcotics team, as indicated, each DPCI serious organized crime unit has members within the unit responsible for narcotic investigations, commonly referred to as the SANEP section. Whenever major narcotic investigations arise, including, for example, drug labs, I assist the investigators involved in such matters. SANEP further has a national coordinator by the name of Brigadier Devan Naika, who performs the similar coordinating functions, but on a national level. Such functions will inter alia include engagement and coordination with foreign law enforcement agencies regarding narcotics investigations transcending our international borders. I've attended some of these meetings with Brigadier Naika in relation to such international coordination efforts. Each province also has a SANEP coordinator who, through the national office structures, coordinate investigations extended across provincial borders.
Thank you. And then in paragraph 26 and 27, you say that you've got a particular interest in experience in narcotic investigations. Do you want to expand on why it is you are particularly interested in narcotics enforcement?
Commissioners, it's a very interesting field. You know, the criminals come up with very innovative ideas in terms of transporting their drugs, hiding their drugs, trying to avoid detection and the like. And I feel that drugs, in essence, is the root cause in our society at large of well, most crimes are being committed and the like. Somehow, a lot of crimes being committed in our country is related to narcotics in some way, form, or fashion.
Thanks. So, you know, you're going to go into this in a moment, and I just want to get a sense from you about the size of the problem that we face.
The size of the problem that we face is, in my opinion, it's like any commodity. It's all about supply and demand. So if you have a situation where supply is less, if I can refer to the Mbuyiseli case, for example, we took over 700 kilograms off the street, and still that did not influence the street price that much. So that just goes to show how big the problem is and on what amounts these drugs comes into our country, or even
narcotics, and that being the root cause of most crimes? Can you?
Commissioner, to answer your first question, sir, is that at the end of the day, if I can use the current example, there's foot and mouth disease into our country. And what happened then, there was a shortage of red meat, the prices skyrocketed. So if that makes sense in a way that it's all about supply and demand. So even if we remove a large contingent of supply, there was still enough to feed the market in the sense that the price didn't escalate that much. I hope that answers your question, sir.
But how does that feed into other forms of crime? You said it's the root cause of most crimes.
Other forms of crime, Commissioner, people would steal and would rob. I mean, even within families. I sometimes also deal with the social crime prevention individuals at station level, where families are being torn apart because family members that are drug users would steal from their own family to feed their habit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel. Can you turn to the next section, which is the challenges that you face in narcotics investigations, and that's from paragraph 26 to 35.
Would you like me to continue on that?
Yes, please.
Okay. During the course of my duties, I've identified several challenges relating to narcotic investigation. One such challenge is the delay that the investigators are experiencing to obtain the analysis reports from FSL, the Forensic Science Laboratory. In this process, the analysis process might take months for the investigators to actually receive an analysis report or 212 statement to indicate if these are indeed drugs and what type of drugs it is that has been seized. The further challenge relates to
let me pause you there, Colonel. So the analysis report that we're talking about here is a report that establishes that what was seized is indeed narcotics, and two, what form of narcotics it is, whether it's cocaine or mandrax or heroin or whatever. That's the analysis.
That is indeed correct, Commissioner.
And you say that this may take several months. What is the reason for is that? What is the reason for that longer turnaround time?
It has been explained to us that at the end of the day, it's the workload that the Forensic Science Laboratory sits with. I think that explains it in a nutshell.
And we're going to return to this when we look at it specifically in the the Boyson's case.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. Continue with the next paragraph.
The further challenge relating or one of the further challenges relates to the transportation and safeguarding of narcotics exhibits. There's the other challenge is there's also a shortage in terms of experienced, skilled investigators within the SANEP environment. In addition to this...
Sorry, Colonel.
Commissioner?
Could you, on that challenge relating to transportation, can you just elaborate a bit what in fact is the issue? And I ask because with a previous witness relating to the Potchefstroom, the testimony about the Potchefstroom drug bust, we were informed that the transportation involved a track and trace team, and I think made up of TRT members, if I'm not mistaken, and we're told that that is in fact proper, that's what happens. So when you say there's a challenge, what in fact is the concern there?
Commissioner, the issue is that, if I can start with the transportation first, I think you have indicated it correctly. Especially if you have a large consignment of exhibits that was taken. I think the good advocate related to or mentioned the issue of the street value of this exhibit. And then you have to make extra security and safety plans that you have to have in place to actually secure this exhibits when it's transported from point A to point B. Does that answer that part? Sorry, Commissioner.
I'm not quite sure. I think on the face of it, when you say there's a challenge relating to transportation, it would either suggest you don't have enough resources, as in people being available. If there's a track and trace, that's their job to do. You may be suggesting, possibly, that you find many times you don't have sufficient people to do that. It may be a concern about the vehicles, that you don't have specialized vehicles to transport those kind of things. So I'm trying to understand what practically is the concern, and is it a concern that is capable of being fixed, and if so, how? That's behind my question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, the issue is that for a long time we didn't have the correct vehicles. The DPCI has now obtained armored vehicles, which will make that a lot easier. And if I can take the Commissioner back into the time of this operation, remember it was during COVID times. And there was a number of challenges because most entities operated on skeleton staff. So to get extra people like the likes of the TRT, the Highway Patrol, the Flying Squad, to assist one in actually safeguarding this exhibits was a challenge at that time, but that has also bettered from then to now in terms of availability. If I would, for example, have to transport these exhibits now, there is the TRT teams within the different police precincts have been how can I put it? There were more people allocated to those sections that is able to assist us. So at the time of this specific Editon operation, it was a challenge, but it's getting better by the day, Commissioner. Thank you.
Colonel, if I can pause you on that, could you just explain what you mean by experienced or dedicated prosecutors? Are you suggesting that there should be a unit within the NPA that's dedicated to narcotics? Or what specifically are you talking about here, and what kind of experience are you saying is lacking?
In my opinion, on that specific point, Commissioners, is that, for example, you have specialized within the NPA environment, you have specialized prosecutors dealing with, for example, fraud, and there's even special fraud courts and the like. Excuse me. So at the end of the day, it would be ideal, and I know we don't live in an ideal world. It would be ideal if one can have prosecutors that actually goes through some of these narcotic training with us, so that they're very much aware of the challenges we sit with. I mean, if I can, for example, take the whole issue surrounding cannabis these days. It is, with the Cannabis Act and the Cannabis Amendment Act, it's always, or not always, but it's for most part a challenge to actually get some of these cases placed on the court roll. And when we have specialized prosecutors, it would make our job much easier. And I mean, people say, oh, cannabis is not I know in Europe they call it a Class B drug, but it is where drug use starts at, cannabis.
But you would agree that what is essential for successful prosecution, at root is investigation, proper investigation.
Absolutely. And that's why I also mentioned earlier the specialized training that I'm, in my humble opinion, is suggesting in terms of the skills of SANEP members that should be escalated, and further training and constant training on the latest developments within this environment of illicit drug trade and so forth, yeah. So I would agree with you, yes.
Okay, thank you. You were at paragraph 31.
Paragraph 31, another challenge is the porousness of the borders of our republic, including land and maritime borders. South Africa has approximately 72 border posts, which creates a substantial policing challenge in relation to drug trafficking. We also have a very extensive coast, and these smaller vessels can then go ashore at very small harbors or even on the beach, for that matter, if that craft is small enough. The further challenge is the challenge.
Sorry again,
yes,
Colonel, I'm sorry to keep interrupting you. Can you explain how that would take place? How there would be a transfer of a drug consignment from? I mean, when you say a larger vessel, are you talking about large container shipments?
Yes, ma'am.
How would the transfer of drugs take place between those kind of vessels and smaller vessels that are able to then sort of dock at a small harbor or on a beach?
If we can, for example, stay with the cocaine bricks that we're dealing with in terms of the irritant thing. So what they do is they manufacture or come up with a floating device, and this floating device is then packed with this bricks. It would not be the 700 kilograms, for example. It would be a smaller consignment of 20 odd kilograms that is then placed onto this floating device, and this floating device is literally just by corrupt seamen on that vessel, just thrown overboard, and they sometimes even go as far as have a transponder on this floating device that the smaller vessel's crew can pick up on, and then trace this floating device and then uplift it from the sea itself.
Thank you. Okay, so, and we are vulnerable to this because we're a coastal country.
Yes, ma'am.
Paragraph 33.
A further challenge concerns legislation relating to narcotics exhibits. At present, narcotics exhibits must generally be retained until finalization of the criminal proceedings, and that process can take years. Sorry?
Are you expanding on that paragraph or are you moving on? Can you just explain that paragraph as well? You say that the exhibits must be retained until finalization.
Yes,
right? And the process can take years.
Yes.
So it's a
the
long
process
time
of finalizing the court case.
of the court case.
Yes.
So it's a long period of time to hold on to the narcotics is the challenge that you talking about.
Yes, Commissioners, and obviously the availability of storage is a challenge in that regard.
And are all of these narcotics stored at the Forensic Sciences Laboratory?
All of them are stored, but not plants. And if I mean plants, the cat plant and cannabis plants are not stored at forensics. But the powder and tablet form narcotics are indeed being stored at forensics, Commissioners.
So if the challenge is the legislation, that's what you're pointing out to be the problem. It's that the legislation requires that they be retained. What would be your solution to the problem?
Solution contains in the next paragraph.
Good to you.
And just before the solution, what you've just said, Colonel, is at odds with evidence that we heard last week. Last week, I will not remember who the specific officer was, but amongst the officers, someone was pushing for the urgent destruction or disposal of what was believed to be cocaine. I say what was believed because no testing had been done by FSL at that stage. And I'm wondering, if, in my mind, when you say that the drugs should be kept until the court process has been finalized, I'm wondering how it is and what basis these officers would have been pushing for destruction or disposal?
One can only, in my experience, Commissioner, one can only destruct and destroy these narcotics after the court case. Reason being, throughout the court case, the defense can ask for to actually see these exhibits.
And maybe test them for themselves as well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right, that's...
So is it that it's as a matter of law or instruction, protocol, such exhibits may not be destroyed until the case ends?
I'm not sure if it's law. I speak under correction, Commissioner, but it is an instruction, because at the end of the day, if those exhibits are asked for by the defense and we are not able to produce them, that might definitely harm our case in court, Commissioner.
So an officer who asks the laboratory whether and procedure and whether these can be destroyed before the trial had run, knowingly speaks against the instruction. I mean, if there is an instruction. That
In my
says
opinion,
you
yes,
take-
Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking, nobody had been arrested in the matter I'm referring to, but it was only about 5 months. Where you do not arrest any suspects, what are the prescripts? When do you give up and when do you then destroy? What's the timeline?
I don't think there's a specific timeline, Commissioner. That will depend on the progress within the investigation. If you've done all your due diligence in terms of your investigation and you can really not arrest anyone on that specific case in terms of ownership, if you would, for this narcotics, then an officer can make a destruction order, and the destruction order is then forwarded to FSL for execution of the destruction.
Okay. So that's probably what makes the difference between what you say to be the prescript on keeping,
Yes.
and for how long, and what happened here. Thank you very much, Colonel.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So the situation at present is that the instructions are that it must be retained, right?
If there's a running court case, yes.
Okay. And, okay, so you can continue with what you've picked up in your study of other jurisdictions at paragraph 34.
Thank you, Commissioners. In several foreign jurisdictions, to inter alia include most EU countries, the USA, South America, Australasia, there is legislation that permit the retention of representative and samples for evidence purposes and also for the analysis of these exhibits. And then the rest of the consignment is then destroyed. So a smaller number of the exhibits is then kept, which would make the storage thereof much easier. And I would love to see such legislation in South Africa.
Thank you. The next section.
Before you do that, Colonel, you haven't listed as a challenge the detection part of drugs, whether clandestine laboratories or these ones that come in from outside. Is it because you satisfied that there is sufficient capacity and ability, both the tools and the human capability within the police, and there's no identifiable areas for improvements?
Commissioner, to answer you on that, we have successes, but I will never be satisfied with where we currently stand. I can, for example, we now recently, my unit, with the assistance of crime intelligence, have picked up information of quite a large cannabis farm. And the issue with this drug laboratories is it is run on a very clandestine, in a very clandestine form and fashion. This farm is, for example, on the, sorry for my in the Bundus, and it's not picked up very easily. And yeah, I would agree with you that it is also a challenge, the detection of this, these drug laboratories. For the most part, crystal meth laboratories one can run out of your garage at your house. And yeah, we've picked up some of those as well. So yeah, the detection, you're quite right, Commissioner, that would also be a challenge, the proper detection of this. And if you say that I'm satisfied, am I satisfied? I'll never be satisfied until we root all of this out, Commissioner. So it is indeed a challenge. You're quite right, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I think, Colonel, and this is why the next section becomes important, because, and it's related to Commissioner Baloyi's question, because part of the detection is linked to the investigations, right? And so it's not just about investigative capacity. It's about whether the investigators actually become complicit and part of the crime itself, which I understand to be one of the challenge, in fact, that is why we are here today to talk about this case. Am I correct to describe it in that way?
Unfortunately, that's indeed correct, Commissioners.
So this next section on the rip-on, rip-off method, which the commissioners have also heard a little bit about from I think, Major General Flynn, is a method that was used in the case that we're going to be dealing with, the Eriton case.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And is it correct that that method works only if there is infiltration by law enforcement?
Unfortunately so.
Can you describe now, from paragraph 36, that method?
Excuse me. It is our understanding that narcotics are frequently concealed in so-called legitimate cargo consignments. This concealment takes place in the country of origin where these containers are packed. That is where the so-called rip-on part of this modus operandi comes to the fore, where drugs are concealed. The Eriton case, for example, it was a container containing body parts for Scania trucks. Scania doesn't have a manufacturing plant in South Africa, but an assembly plant in South Africa. And because of the issue that these containers move a lot at sea, there's a space left between the door of the container and the body parts itself. And that cavity is a meter, just over a meter wide. And then we are of the opinion and of the belief, based on what we have picked up and also discussed with colleagues, as I indicated earlier, from other foreign law enforcement agencies, is that when that container then is moved from the owner or the person that rents this container towards the port where the container is shipped from, in that process or in that route, that container is diverted, and it happens very quickly. That's why the rip part of the rip-on happens, is mentioned there. Then what happens is that this drug consignment is then placed in that cavity. Duplicate seals are then manufactured, and the container is sealed again, because the seal number of a container must correspond with the shipping manifest of that specific container. That container is then placed on a vessel, and in this Eriton case, the vessel left from the port of Santos in Brazil, where the Scania manufacturing plant is in Brazil. So it was transported from this plant to the port of Santos, and from the port of Santos, it came to South Africa, being Durban in KZN. Then, as was indicated, this drug syndicates then have to employ some other person within law enforcement, be that the police, be that customs, SARS, or the like, so that they can try and stop this container from going its normal route, to allow them to do the rip-off, where another set of seals is then again used to seal the container again as soon as they rip off this consignment of drugs, and then the container goes on its merry way to the end user of the legitimate cargo within the container.
Could you provide an example of how that would happen at the level of customs and SARS enforcement? I mean, how is it that customs officials would be able to take control undetected? If you're able to just provide an example for us to understand.
Commissioners, what happens is that when these containers land in our ports, and a customs or police officer has information or believes that there's something illicit in this container, they put a hold or stop on this container. This container is then moved to a bond yard, where a subsequent inspection takes place of the content of this container. Documentation is then completed. Say, for example, they find nothing, the documentation is completed, and it's sealed with police seals again, documentation with the new seal numbers, also added then to the shipping manifest, and then it goes away. In the case of the illicit side and the criminal element within the law enforcement environment, they would remove, at the bond yard, they would remove by ripping off this drug consignment, they would remove it, and they would seal it again to say, but we found nothing. And they then would distribute it to the drug syndicates for further distribution.
Advocate Hassan, can I just ask a general question? Good morning, Colonel Stein.
Morning, Commissioner.
What happens when containers get to a port of destination in South Africa? Are they all searched, or do you do a random sampling, or do you only search those where you have received, let's say, a tip-off that there might be something illicit in that container? What happens, what's the procedure when, say, containers from Brazil, 50 of them, from Mexico, 50 of them, land at a port in Durban?
Good Commissioner, the Port of Durban, and as I indicated, we have a number of ports. The Port of Durban, on an average day, that time when we had a look at it, deal with, I think, about 4,000 to 4,500 containers a day. So it would make it a task that is not humanly possible to literally check every container. I know that years ago, there used to be scanning devices, for lack of a better explanation. It was huge X-ray machines that can scan these containers. But I'm not sure. I don't think those are in operation any longer.
So we don't search all the containers. We only search those where you have information that there might be something in it.
Indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. So that concludes, I think, your section then up to paragraph 40. And the important point there that you make at the end is the involvement of corrupt officials that make it possible for the drugs to then enter the market.
Yeah, Commissioners, in my humble opinion, I do not think these syndicates would be able to deal with the rip-on, rip-off method if corrupt officials are not involved.
Your next section deals with the Scania consignment investigation, and this is not Eriton. So we had last week, we had Port Shepstone, which also took place in July 2021, June 2021, pardon me, 22nd of June 2021. Yeah. Then we have the Eriton case, which we're going to come to, which took place on 9 July 2021. But in this section, you talk about yet another drug seizure, which took place at the end of July 2021.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Can you just address that before we move on to Eriton? Thank you.
During the course of our the Mbuyiseli case, which took place in Eriton. Eriton is part of the Mbuyiseli Police Precinct. During that investigation, we constantly had contact with the risk management people of Scania. And then to the latter part of July, it was the last week of July, if my memory serves me well, I got a call from at that time, the risk manager of Scania, and he indicated to me that there was a container that came in to the harbor. So what happens if a container comes in, the transport company uplifts it from the harbor, it's then taken to their depot. From their depot, transport arrangements is then made throughout the country where this specific container needs to go to. And at that depot, this risk manager indicated to me that there was a lot of police interest in this specific container. Because the container, I think it's got a 17-digit unique number, every container in the world. I think it's 17 digits, I'm speaking under correction, but it's got a unique identification number. And this specific container, there was a lot of law enforcement interest around this container. And he then requested, because of the issue of the 9th of July, he then requested that can the DPCI not get involved in this, to come to this, this yard of the transporter to actually deal with the matter so that there's no other law enforcement involvement into this container. Can I continue with?
Why DPCI and not other law enforcement? What was the concern?
I think, my opinion is that Scania was happy with the way that we dealt with the Mbuyiseli, the Eriton case, and there was sort of a trust built between the Scania risk management people and the DPCI. So hence the call from their side and assistance requested specifically from the DPCI.
And that was 1 ton of cocaine in that shipment?
Yes, if I can just, would you like me to just continue with that?
That's
thank
easier,
you.
sure.
Thank you, Advocate. What happened then was that, as I mentioned earlier, I worked through Brigadier Naika, our national coordinator, and in that way I connected, because I was up here, and because the threat, if I can call it that, threat in inverted commas, was imminent down in KZN, I had to make contact with my colleagues in KZN who was actually on or very close to the scene at that stage. So through Brigadier Naika, I got hold of the SANEP coordinators that side and the SANEP team that side, and I linked them and the risk managers of the Scania people, I linked them together, I linked them up with one another. As things would happen, Brigadier Naika was also on an unrelated matter, also down in KZN, and he promised that he would go to the scene himself. And it was similar to the Scania one. It was also body parts, and in that cavity between the parts and the door of the container, they uncovered 999 kilograms of cocaine bricks. That was reported then to me later, and yes, so it's indeed correct. It's basically a ton that they did uncover there, Commissioners.
And did these also originate in Brazil?
Same port, Yeah, it was,
port.
yeah, they informed me it was also from the port of Santos in Brazil.
And what happened to that ton of cocaine and that investigation? Where is it at the moment?
I'm not sure what happened to the investigation per se, but that cocaine, through the intervention of Brigadier Naika, he's at our DPCI head office. Through his intervention, the cocaine was the very next morning brought up to Forensic Science Laboratory here in Pretoria. But I'm not sure where that investigation ended up and what was the outcome.
But the drugs are at the FSL.
That's correct,
Right.
Commissioners.
Is SANEP the only narcotics enforcement team across the whole of law enforcement?
Commissioner, no. There is, I cannot talk for other provinces, but Gauteng also has a provincial investigation unit. That provincial investigation unit is part of the, if I can call them, SAPS detectives, not DPCI detectives. And they also do indeed deal with narcotic cases. But usually the labs itself is the mandate of the DPCI. And usually when there's major drug busts, the DPCI will in some way, form or fashion also be involved in that investigation. But I think now recently you would have heard over the news that there was a big drug bust at the airport as well by customs and the like. And I think that the detectives that side was dealing with that specific case.
I think there is, just to explain why I asked the question, it is to see whether, is there a reason that you shouldn't have a SANEP kind of, where with every drug bust that SANEP gets called to the scene? And I asked the question because of what happened with the Port Shepstone seizure, and then later Ayrton, that you have all these, for example, with Ayrton, you've got traffic officers, someone from traffic department who gets involved with that. And it would seem to me on the face of it that if there is a central point to call to the scene before anything is done, an institution such as, a team such as SANEP would be the appropriate body. So you have one central body. Do you have any comment about that?
Commissioner, that would be the ideal. Unfortunately, we don't live in the ideal world. That would be the ideal. But as I mentioned during the challenges, you know, the issue of manpower within the SANEP environment can be a challenge if that happens. Because, you know, you get your smaller drug bust at 10 grams here and at 20 grams there. Which will totally overload the SANEP personnel. So, but it would be ideal if one could have enough manpower for one central point. Yes, I would agree with you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And I suppose, Colonel, to the Commissioner's question, I can see how it would become overwhelming if it was for every single, but there could be a threshold at which it is appropriate for SANEP to be the coordinating body to respond very expeditiously to the scene, because of the size of the seizure and the consequences if that crime scene is not managed properly. So there would, the alternative would be to have a threshold amount. I don't know what that would be, but would that be a possibility?
Commissioners, yes. At the end of the day, you know, when you talk about a big consignment and specifically something like heroin or cocaine that is not grown in South Africa, the plant itself is not grown in South Africa, it is a situation where these drug trafficking then happens across international borders. And as soon as that happens, it would be a DPCI matter, yes.
Okay, thank you. So the next section now is the Ayrton scene. Can you begin at paragraph 46, and we'll just go through this a little more slowly now.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, what I'm stating in paragraph 46 is based on, firstly, the knowledge that I picked up during my participation in the initial investigation, my interaction with the investigating officer as he was working under my command at that stage. I also, as the team leader for that section or that team, did the docket inspection for the most part at the early stage. It was also based on reports that I read that inter alia included that of General Gerber and that of IPID. So I can explain what happened was that, and if the Commissioner can just bear with me, I cannot recall all these specific names, so I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it correctly. But during the morning of, it actually started on the 8th of July, the night of the 8th of July, when this Gauteng traffic chief, Mr. Mashaba, made inquiries at the yard of the transport company. So again, when this container would arrive from, in this case, from KZN, and it arrives after office hours, if you would, of the recipient or the owner of the content of this, that container would be kept at the yard of the transport company and taken to their client the very next morning within office hours. So that container was there that evening, and what then happened was that this traffic official made inquiries about the container, and he was told that they cannot assist him because he didn't have a warrant, of search warrant. They cannot assist him, but he's more than welcome to be there the next morning when this container is moved to Scania, to then deal with Scania, because Scania was their client, and then make further arrangements with Scania. On the 9th of July in the morning, that container was then moved to the premises of Scania. The yard of the transporter was in Rudekop, which is in the east of Johannesburg, and Ayrton is more just to the south of Johannesburg itself, and it was then moved there the morning, and then Mr. Mabasa claimed that he contacted certain police officers.
You mean
Mashaba.
Mr. Mashaba?
Sorry, Mashaba. My apologies, Commissioners. He claimed that he contacted certain police officers to assist him.
Sorry, Colonel, let me just, before you move to 46.2, 46.1
Yes.
refers to Mr. Ngu, who contacted Mr. Mashaba. Now, who is he?
If my memory serves me well, he was an informant to Mr. Mashaba.
So he's a civilian,
Yes.
and he's an informant.
Yes.
And do you know, having been involved in the investigations, why he would contact the traffic chief instead of someone more senior in the SAPS or Hawks, SANEB?
Commissioners, I wouldn't have an answer why you would do that.
Okay, so he gets contacted, Mr. Mashaba gets contacted by a civilian with information about drugs that are on the container, and then you say they then go to the site where the truck is with the container.
Correct.
And now you go to 46.2, and he says that he contacted Mr. Mashaba, other police officers to assist.
That's correct.
And when did he contact those police officers?
As far as I can recall, he contacted them on the morning of the 9th for assistance. Some of the people that he contacted apparently was not able to assist him, and then he waited at Yellow Jersey. Now, Yellow Jersey is the name of the transport company that transported the container from KZN to Gauteng and then to the end user being Scania. And I also stated here that there was an unsuccessful attempt to search the container. As I indicated, the people at Yellow Jersey indicated to him that he does not have a search warrant, so he must rather deal with the end user being Scania.
So Yellow Jersey is the transport logistics company.
Correct,
And
Commissioners.
the truck was initially at their premises in Rodekop, you said?
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay. And he says he contacted an officer, Pokungwana, for assistance. Do you know that member?
I do not know that member, Commissioners.
Do you know what, which component, which section he works in, or what his responsibilities are?
Not the DPCI, but I cannot recall I recall that the one member was part of he was sort of in an administrative post at a police station in the Vaal. That is the one I can remember. The other member was a member of the national. There was a national investigation team at that stage running, and he was part of that investigation team. That is what I can recall. I cannot recall who was where, but I remember those two entities that these people worked at.
Okay, so I just want to be a bit more specific about these people. So it's he first contacted Officer Pokungwana. He couldn't assist, and he referred Mr. Mashaba to Officer Mahane. That's right?
Yes. That's what I picked up out of the reports, yes.
And you say Mr. Mahane was initially unable to assist.
That's what I picked up from the reports. I was not privileged to that conversation that the two of them had.
Okay. But he then did join Mr. Mashaba.
As far as I remember, yes.
And where he joined Mr. Mashaba was at the Yellow Jersey premises.
I would not know where exactly he joined them, but according to what I can recall, he joined them at the Scania premises in Ayrton.
Okay, so 46.3, it was, maybe if you read 46.3 and 46.4.
Okay, yeah.
You can read it into the record.
Mr. Magana initially was unable to assist, but later joined Mr. Mashaba and Mr. Nku at Yellow Jersey, where the truck was stopped.
46.4.
Following an unsuccessful attempt to search the container at Yellow Jersey, it was agreed between the shipping company and the officers at the truck. The truck transporting the container proceed under police escort to Scania, being the final destination of the shipment.
Okay, so the unsuccessful attempt here is what you were describing earlier, was that the Yellow Jersey officials said that it needs to, they prevented them from, because there was no search warrant, prevented them and said, you can deal with it when you get to the end destination, which is Scania.
That's indeed correct, Commissioners.
So, and it says proceeded under police escort to Scania. Who was the police escort?
As far as my knowledge goes, except for Mr. Mashaba and company, there was no police escort per se. It was security personnel from Yellow Jersey that escorted the truck, because the personnel at Yellow Jersey was uncomfortable with this whole line of inquiry. I think, if my memory serves me well, that was the reason why they sent a security officer in a separate vehicle with the truck to Scania.
So, what would have been the appropriate response at that point in time? You've got a traffic chief, and you've got a police officer. What would have been the appropriate protocol for them to follow at that point at Yellow Jersey?
At Yellow Jersey, I would have placed the seize on the truck, and I would have obtained a search warrant, and I would have searched the truck at Yellow Jersey.
So this thing of saying, well, we'll just follow the truck to the next destination is clearly just...
If you have solid evidence, why would you allow them to do that? There's a lot of things that can happen en route from Yellow Jersey to Scania. And if the consignment was that big, I would have stopped the truck from leaving and wait for the courts to be available, give my evidence in writing to the courts, and then apply for a search warrant for that specific truck at the premises of Yellow Jersey.
Instead, what they did was they allowed... Apologies.
Also, you are able to do a search and seizure even without a warrant if you have a tangible basis for doing so, and if you fear that waiting for a warrant might defeat the purpose of the search and seizure.
Absolutely right, Commissioner. Absolutely right. But at the end of the day, one would, sorry, can I continue, Commissioner? What one would like to do is to, if you have the opportunity to then get people there, secure the truck, go and rather apply for a warrant. It's a safer route to take, and we prefer to take the safer route rather than to take the route as explained by your good self, Commissioner.
I wanted to ask a follow-up question, Colonel. Do the traffic police have authority to search and seize containers for drugs? Isn't there a unit that is responsible for that the chief should call to attend to the matter? While he waits at the scene, obviously, to make sure that the scene does not move or the drugs are not taken out of the container. But as a matter of principle, I had always understood that traffic police deal with traffic on the road. When it comes to containers being at, in this case, it would be the yard of Yellow Jersey, which is the company that is transporting the container from the port to its place of destination. Do traffic police have authority to just call a random policeman and a random security guard to come and help them search the container?
No, Commissioner, that is not standard operating procedure, no. So I will agree with you to say that if I was in his shoes, I would definitely have called, a lot of people. I would have started with the local police station and then escalate the thing, as I indicated on one of the previous questions, at least to the Provincial Investigation Unit dealing with narcotics. And if I see the size of the consignment after searching, I would definitely involve the DPCI on that matter, Commissioner.
Because it raises suspicion that traffic police are themselves doing this.
Indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Colonel, we've had evidence that traffic officers or people in the traffic law enforcement space, their functions include crime prevention. And so with that, the answer that you give, that they don't have authority if they happen upon a drug consignment, it seems to me we may have to distinguish between what is prudent to do and what they are precluded as a matter of law or for lack of authority from doing. Maybe if we could just clarify that, because we've had quite extensive evidence, which was a subject of debate, but the point of it, or the essence of it being, they are not just about traffic law enforcement, but if a crime happens, then they have a duty to, or they have the power to deal with that. What do you say to that?
Commissioner, yes, but I think the same goes for a normal member of the public. If a crime happens in their presence, they can act on it, but they still need to involve the police. If my memory serves me well, a traffic officer also is just allowed to operate in the area that is designated for. In this instance, I would have definitely standard operating procedure would have caused him to actually call especially when he's a senior person, to call the right people to the scene. I mean, even private security companies is also not mandated per se, but their main operation is to assist with crime prevention, but they don't do that on their own. They do that in collaboration with the South African Police Service.
Okay. And then a related question. The traffic chief or chief of traffic, such as Mr. Mashaba was or is, are people in that position, and maybe traffic officers in general, but I want to limit it to someone who holds that kind of position, chief of traffic. Do they have the training how to handle a drug situation such as this, where they have information? Ordinarily, the SAPS or the DPCI would do a drug seizure, drug bust. Is someone in that position trained? Does their training include dealing with drug enforcement, such as seizures?
Commissioner, I cannot elaborate on the specific training that this chief has undergone, but generally speaking, I'm of the opinion that I don't think so. But again, it's my opinion. I cannot elaborate on the specific training or the history in law enforcement that this specific officer has undergone. But again, if I'm unsure about anything I do, example, I mentioned earlier that I oversee illicit mining, for example. And I'm no specialist on illicit mining. So I would approach someone that's a specialist on illicit mining to say, listen, I have this situation, or I believe that I've got information on such a situation. Can you please come and assist? So I cannot elaborate on his training, but I can just say what I would have done in his shoes, Commissioner.
Yes. I guess what I'm trying to get out of you is whether across the different areas of law enforcement, including traffic, is there general training about handling drug scenes? For example, is that training that is given across, or there are specialized teams or units that get training about it?
To answer your question, I believe not. Why I'm saying this is that on 2 occasions now, I myself have, on request of personnel from the MEC of Safety and Security Gauteng's office, I have been requested to give sort of in-service training. The first time it was 3 days, the second time it was 2 days, to give in-service training to the traffic officers and even to the traffic wardens. And I know this is also a point of contention in Gauteng, but to give training to them, a very basic training, because that type of training takes years. Because you have to build up specific experience and the like, but to give them sort of just a sense on what to do. And one of the things I definitely mentioned there is, if you come across a drug lab, for example, or if you come across a large consignment of narcotics, where what you believe is narcotics, because you cannot look at narcotics or at powder and say this is definitely narcotics. One of the things I definitely mentioned to them there is that, guys, you need to contact the correct people. Here's the people that you need to talk to, and here's how you deal with it. Rather safeguard the crime scene and get the people with the proper training in.
Lastly, and maybe there's a way in which it fits with what you say, lastly, there is no, does it mean therefore that there is no protocol which guides a member on the spot who either comes upon information or comes upon drugs, who they should call next, how they should process that? You earlier on spoke about one of the people that Mr. Mashaba called to the scene is an administrator, if I heard you properly, was someone in an administrative capacity at a police station in the Val, I think you said. We've had cases where someone has called their friend because they say, well, I know that friend is always available, friend in the police still, but say, I know they're always easily available, so they will accompany me to a scene. I think here we also have instances of someone who has called a brother to come to the scene. So does that mean there are no protocols that would guide a police officer, whether traffic or any other person, that when you happen upon this, your next line that you call for reinforcement or for support or assistance in any way is your immediate commander, for example, or it has to be somebody within the jurisdiction or someone within your police station? There's nothing like that.
Commissioner, no, but at the end of the day, a senior person like Mr. Mashaba, do I pronounce it correctly? Yeah. Would, in my humble opinion, ought to have known that at the end of the day, you cannot call someone that does analysis, crime stats analysis at a police station to come and assist him with major drug information. So there's nothing in writing per se, but if you know that you're going to sit with a major crime scene, you have to follow crime scene management protocols. And then if I have that type of information, I'd love to have someone with me that can actually deal with the correct protocols in terms of crime scene management. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Commissioner. So what happens here, in fact, is none of that happens. Instead, the civilian employee of yellow jersey is able to issue an instruction and say, we're going.
Yeah.
Come or don't come, but we are going. That's actually what happened.
Yes, Commissioner.
And so then they arrive at Eriton, which is where the Scania warehouse is. Okay, so 46.5, can you read that paragraph, please, into the record?
Upon arrival at Scania, the two officers, Mashaba and Manganye, allegedly opened the container and later claimed the bags containing narcotics fell from within the container, necessitating the bags to be loaded onto Officer Manganye's vehicle. It's an unmarked black van. It was a Nissan Bakkie.
Okay, let's just pause here. You say later claimed that bags containing narcotics fell from the container. Were there other witnesses? The bags did actually fall off the container. You were able to establish later.
Yeah, they, as far as my memory serves me, Commissioners, the personnel at Scania was instructed by Officer Mashaba to open the back of the container when these bags fell out. And as I said earlier, you cannot, by looking at a bag, say this bag contains narcotics.
Let's have a look at those bags. How many bags were there that fell out?
Yeah, I must lie to you, but it's 20-odd bags.
Okay. So this is a photograph at page 4 of the exhibit bundle. Are these the bags that fell off the container?
That is indeed correct. I didn't see the bags fell off the container. These bags were on this black bakkie when I arrived at the scene, but these were the bags that I was told fell out of the container.
Do you know the source of this photograph?
The source of this photograph, when I was informed that I'm going to be in front of the Commission, I asked around some of my old team members if anyone still had photographs of the crime scene, because I had a problem with my phone. It was destroyed. It fell off the car's roof on the highway. So it was destroyed. So I didn't have photographs anymore. So one of my members, Warrant Officer Morris, actually forwarded the photographs that I submitted to the Commission's team. And this was one of the photographs. These are indeed the bags that was at the back of the black bakkie.
These are not actual bags, are they?
No, Commissioners, these are not actual bags. It's sort of black rubbish bags as we know them, combined with a very broad type sticky tape that these bags are manufactured with. It's not normal bags. Even the handles of these bags are made with that sticky tape and the black bags.
If we turn to the next photograph, page 5, can you tell us what we are looking at here?
What you're looking at here is the content of those black bags. That would typically be what was later established to be a brick of cocaine.
So what it looks like, if you can just confirm for me, is that, because this looks like a canvas bag with a zip, is that inside the plastic rubbish bags, basically?
That would be correct, Commissioners. I think why they do this, I also asked the question, why they do this is, remember there's a lot of moisture when these bags are at sea. And it's sort of to protect that canvas bag with the wrapping. In the right-hand corner from my side, one can clearly see the black tape that was used to cover those bags.
So inside the black canvas bag is this brick that's also wrapped in plastic.
That's correct, yes.
And that brick has got a picture on it.
Yes.
And what is that?
I think there's a picture of the two types of brick pictures that we got. That is a Red Bull. I think the other photograph, if you would, is maybe I think the next photograph shows
the next. So page 6 is just another example of the bricks.
Yes.
And this is a particular insignia.
A particular insignia. That is a Red Bull.
And what is the significance of this picture?
The significance of this we picked up is that, excuse me, the end users, being the drug syndicate, specific syndicates have specific insignia that they request is put on to their product that is exported into our country for them. The other photograph, on one of the other photographs, you will see there's a black seagull on a white background.
I just
So it's for specific parts of the syndicate.
Right. Have you seen this particular insignia before, the Red Bull?
Variations on the bull, but not the specific one.
What type of variations?
You would get it's also a Red Bull, but it's more like, a refined picture of only head of a Red Bull, or a Red Bull standing in the air, or, more than that one, or a more defined picture of a Red Bull and the like. So it's not it can mean that it was for different sections within the syndicate, or even a different syndicate that comes in on the same consignment.
So, thank you. The next picture okay, so that's just another picture of, I am assuming that these are the bricks that came out of that bag.
Correct, yes.
So that would be 11 bricks. Oh no, because they're stacked. There's more than 11 because they're stacked.
It looks like 31.
Okay.
Because they look like three stacks high and two. Yeah, looks like 31.
31 bricks.
Yes.
So the canvas carry bag carries about 31 bricks each.
That seems to be at that stage, yes.
Okay. All right, so the next photograph on page 8. Right, this is what you were referring to earlier. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
What we're looking at is, again, some of the Red Bull bricks as well as a brick with insignia of a black seagull, looks like a seagull, on a white background.
Have you seen this insignia before?
No, I haven't seen this specific insignia before, no.
Okay. And then if we turn to page 9. What are we looking at here?
What we're looking at here is all the bags now unpacked. We counted the bricks, and then the bricks were then sealed in official exhibit bags. And it is those exhibit bags containing the bricks that you're seeing in that picture.
Okay, so those are now all the bricks in the exhibit bags. And this is at Eriton still, right? That location where this picture was taken, where exactly is that?
At the Scania premises in Eriton, that's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you.
At which point did you determine that this was cocaine? Because you have done no analysis and no testing. All you are seeing is bricks in these bags.
We did not at that stage determine it was cocaine per se, but out of previous experience, Commissioner, we believed that this was bricks of cocaine weighing more or less 1 kilogram. No? And I put in my statement, although it would be determined by a forensics analysis. But out of experience, there's nothing else that they pack in this form.
So the eye test told you that this must be cocaine.
Yeah, it's not like I remember when other witnesses, you asked if you do the tongue test, that only happens in movies.
Okay, so we're going to come back to the crime scene and how this was handled. But for now, I just want to follow your statement. These are the bricks we know now. These are the bags that fell out of the container. Let's just go back in time now. So they arrive, they open the container, the bags fall out of the container. Can you just go to 46.6?
Yeah. 2 officers were then joined by another officer, Pakula.
Okay. And you met Officer Pakula when you arrived on the scene later?
Warrant Officer Pakula was pointed out to me by then Captain Sebola, now Lieutenant Colonel Sebola, who was the investigating officer and at that stage crime scene manager, as one of the people that he was intending to arrest.
Okay. So did he arrive, do you recall at what point he arrived?
He was already there when I arrived at the scene. So I'm not sure when
That was
he
much
arrived.
later, yes. Okay, so at this point, we've already established what should have happened at earlier points along this train of events. Now you open a container and these bags fall out. There's good reason to suspect it's drugs.
Absolutely.
What should have happened at that point
Well,
in terms
actually-
of crime scene protocol?
Actually, Commissioners, before that point, and I think General Flynn also testified to that, what should have happened is that the seals and the sealed containers should have been photographed first and foremost. Then when it's opened and these things fall out, everyone move back and let's photograph what happened here now. And each step of the way should have been photographed.
So the commissioners have been taken through a little bit through the crime scene protocols and national instructions last week, but from my understanding, please confirm or correct me, that is important. The first thing one does this comes from the protocol on seizure of illicit drugs. The first thing you do is you secure the scene.
Absolutely.
Was it secured here?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, let's just go back to 46.7 as we deal with this crime scene. Can you read paragraph 46.7 into the record?
During the time the officers were busy
Colonel?
with this, sorry?
Before you do that,
Sorry,
sorry, I should
Commissioner.
have asked this question before you started. What is the purpose of photographing the container while it's still sealed. Can you just explain why you do that?
Very plain and simple to show that if there's going to be a court case, to show that that seal is still intact. And to the best of whoever's knowledge, crime scene manager knowledge, that there was no tampering with that seal up to that point, to try and establish that, yeah.
Up to the point when the police now become involved with it.
Indeed, correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
I think at this point, let's take the adjournment and resume at 11:25.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
For the exhibits to be admitted and marked. May I do so now before we continue with the Colonel's evidence?
Please.
Chair, it would be, so it's CJC 203, from CJC 203 to CJC 225. May I request that all of those exhibits be admitted into evidence?
So admitted.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, we were at paragraph 46.7 of your statement, the supplementary statement. Could you read that paragraph into the record, and then I have some questions for you on that.
During the time the officers were busy at the scene, a call was made to 10111 alleging hijacking of a truck by bogus police. 10111 dispatched officers from Mbuyiseli police station. Mbuyiseli police station approached these officers on the scene, and there seemed to have been a disagreement regarding where the exhibits and the suspect would be taken. There were also allegations that the 3 officers on scene had loaded the drugs on the scene in order to leave with the drugs.
Okay, so the allegation here is that the bags that were loaded onto the black bakkie were going to be driven away.
That is indeed correct, Commissioners.
So I would like to, in fact, let's just pick that out from the record. If we could just turn to page 96 of the exhibit bundle, and that is a page in the report by Major General Gerber. And if you look at page 96, right at the bottom, let me know when you're there.
I'm there, Commissioner.
Okay, so it's the last paragraph on that page. And here he is relating the information he received from Lieutenant Colonel Sebola. And in the last paragraph, if you could just read the last paragraph, please.
I was called to the scene by Lieutenant Colonel Ludik. Is it that paragraph?
Yes, that's right.
He arrived at the scene and found several police vehicles and members. He was introduced to Sergeant Ndau, who was in charge, and handed the scene over to him. The scene was explained, as well as those implicated. He was informed by Sergeant Ndau that the members wanted to leave the scene, and he parked his vehicle in front of the Nissan. He interviewed all the suspects and obtained their explanations.
Okay, thank you. So it was Sergeant Ndau who was at the scene when he arrived. It's his evidence that says that the officers on the scene at the time, the first officers on the scene, that would be the traffic chief, Mashaba, and Officer Mahane, and Officer Pakula.
Correct, Commissioner.
Were allegedly wanting to leave the scene, remove the drugs from the scene in the bakkie. Is that correct?
In terms of this report, yes.
In terms of what Sergeant Ndo relayed?
To Captain Sibola.
Yes. Okay, so let's look at the flying squad two-way radio conversation that took place. And you'll find that if we start at page 27, and you'll see page 27 is a statement by a Ms. Bukelwa.
Yes.
And she provides a report of the interaction that took place with the flying squad members. Pardon me.
Yes, Ms. Hazim, together with the page numbers, you should please also reference the exhibit number. Like this one is what, CJC 209.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, this is CJC 209.
And the earlier one we just stepped off, what was it? The one at 90, was it 97 or 95? I've forgotten.
That was CJC 216.
216, yes.
And it was the investigation report by Major General Gerber.
Yes. And
Thank
the
you.
page again was?
Page 96.
90. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So, Colonel, if we could look at CJC 209, statement of Ms. Bukelwa, at page 27, that's where you find her statement.
Yes.
And she had been requested to provide the transcript of the two-way radio call.
Yes, I see that.
You see that, okay. And if you turn then to page 30, the actual radio conversation is transcribed. And it begins, and this is important because what it does is it starts to give us a timeline on the day of when things began to happen. So here, the radio conversation begins at 8:23 in the morning, is that correct?
According to the record, yes.
And if you could just read, so it's marked, the paragraphs, each exchange is marked 2.1, 2.2, and so on. Can you just begin with 2.1?
At 8:23 and 30 seconds a.m., Zulu 1 desk 4 Mike called Bravo Sierra 12 control.
Okay, so do you know who Bravo Sierra 12 control
No, I
was? Actually, I believe it was Sergeant Ndo, is that correct? Yeah, it was Sergeant Ndo. It's also in his statement, but we don't need to go there for now. But can you tell me why would he have been called?
I don't know.
Okay, and if you just continue reading the 2.2.
2.2, it's 22 seconds, 08:23:22. Zulu 1 desk 4M called Bravo Sierra control.
Okay.
So it will have been a double one. If they don't hear it the first time, they will call a second time.
Okay. And then 2.3?
At 08:23:28, Bravo Sierra 12 said controller, Bravo Sierra 12, good morning.
So is now this the response of?
He's now responding to their call, yes.
Okay. And then at 2.4?
That is at 08:23:33 seconds a.m. Zulu 1 desk 4M said, Eriton, are you going Eriton?
2.5?
At 08:23:39 seconds, Bravo Sierra 12 said positive control.
What does that mean?
In other words, it's positive that he is going to Eriton. Answering them, are you going to Eriton in 2.4? say positive control. In other words, he's going to Eriton.
Okay, and 2.6?
2.6 said Nasrek Road next to Shell Garage. You will find Chris, stand by.
Okay.
You will find Chris from trucking hijacking occurred at the Shell Garage. Contact number Chris 072 132 9663 IR 114 1809.
Okay, I mean, it's talking about a hijacking at Shell Garage, is that correct?
It seems to look like that, yes.
Do you think, does this have to do with the incident we're concerned about, the Eriton incident?
I'm not sure, but there was issues, if my memory serves me well, that I think the people at Scania then started phoning the police to say that there might be a truck hijacking because of the people following the truck.
So this would have been at the time when they were en route
To Eriton.
to Eriton.
Yes, ma'am.
I see.
Commissioner,
Okay.
sorry.
So this is taking place at roughly 8:20 in the morning,
8:23, 42
8:23 in the morning. Okay. If you can just then pick it up again at 2.13.
2.13, that would be at 10:13 and 20 seconds AM. Bravo Sierra 12 said, yes, controller. Can they have permission with Bravo Sierra Jock?
And do you know what that's about?
The Jock is the Joint Operations Center, so they wanted to make a report to Jock, and if one person needs to speak to another, the control center needs to be asked for permission.
Okay. So what had happened here was that Sergeant Doe would have called the Joint Operations Center.
Per radio, yes.
And would that be an appropriate response?
If he wanted to make a specific report or explain a situation, that would be the wanted response from him, yes.
Okay. 2.15.
That would be at 10:13 and 32 seconds. Bravo Sierra 12 said, yes, control. They are calling Jock from that complaint. They are still busy there. They will inform the control when they are done. Can they proceed with Bravo Sierra Jog?
Okay. And then there's a series back and forth at 10:13, 11:19, 11:20. As I understand this, it's the controller asking for a report back
On
as to what's taken place.
That's how it looks like to me as well, Commissioners.
And it culminates, for our purposes, at 2.30. If you could just read that.
2.30, the time they reach 11:23 and 22 seconds. Bravo Sierra 12 said, yes, Bravo Sierra 12, at that complaint, Eriton, truck hijacking. The truck was not hijacked. The truck was being escorted by police. They suspected that there was something wrong under the truck and that the truck was opened and found drugs inside the truck. The driver will be arrested. There's only one suspect.
Okay. Let's just pause there for a moment. That's now at 11:23. So by now the truck has arrived, the drugs have fallen out, and this is the report back.
Yes.
And according to this sergeant, there's only one suspect. And in addition, he says the driver will be arrested. Would it be right for me to read that as the driver of the truck?
That's how it looks to me like, yes.
Would the driver of the truck been arrested normally under these circumstances?
Not necessarily. One would first have a look at what role he played, if any, in terms of the transportation of these drugs. But I think that report, if I read through the report, seemingly Bravo Sierra 12 had an interview with these people that were following the truck from from Rudekop to Eriton. And that was what they told him, that it's not a truck hijacking, but that they have discovered drugs and that they're going to arrest the driver. They meaning, the deduction I'm making, it would be Traffic Officer Mashaba.
The driver of the truck was not arrested, as we came to learn, isn't that so?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Can you explain why? So you've said that normally the driver would not be arrested. I mean, I'm asking this because you've got a vehicle, you now have established that there's drugs on the vehicle. Maybe the driver shouldn't be arrested, but the driver would be questioned.
Definitely questioned, not necessarily arrested.
And was the driver questioned?
To my knowledge, yes, he was. There should be a statement from him in the docket as well.
Okay. So this scene is, now we can say that this started in the morning and it arrived at Eriton roughly, it was around towards 9. This was en route. By 9 o'clock, it was in Eriton.
It seems like it from this transcript.
So the
yes.
crime scene starts pretty early in the morning.
Indeed,
right?
correct, Commissioners.
Okay. So can you just then go to 46.8?
46.8.
Yes.
Sorry, Colonel, before you do that, this page 30 document, this is a call to 10111. Is that what this is?
It's a radio call to 10111, yes, Commissioner.
And would it have been available to Mr. Mashaba to have made a call to this same center requesting assistance at the scene? How does it work, the system?
The system, in essence, would work as follows. He would be able to make a telephone call to 10111, or he would be able to maybe, if he's got a traffic department radio with him, he would be able to call into his control center and request to be patched through to the 10111 center.
He does have a means. He had a means to call in somewhere.
Absolutely,
to
even via
request
phone, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Now, this transcript here on page 30, I've tried to follow Ms. Hassim as she's taking you through it. It's very difficult for me to form a picture of, in fact, what was happening in this communication. We know from Ms. Hassim that Bravo Sierra 12 is Mr. Ndou, she says. But what is a summary of this communication here?
If I read through it and if I, with my experience, try to, excuse me, to make sense of this, is what happened was that a call came through, and in the 10111 center, they know where the vehicles are. So the 10111 center would naturally call a vehicle close to the scene and say, please go and have a look, please respond. We have a report of a truck hijacking at this specific address. Then Bravo Sierra 12 responded, and seemingly they then had a conversation with this, Mr. Mashaba and company, and they received the explanation of why are they following the truck, and it's not a truck hijacking. And then eventually there at 11:23, it was said that they have indeed escorted the truck, and the police, in my opinion, refers there to themselves, Mr. Mashaba and the people, and that they believed that there was something wrong with the truck, and that when they opened the truck, they found that there was drugs inside the truck, and they were of the view that the suspect in this case would be the truck driver himself.
So Mr. Ndeo would have been responding to what he had on 10.111, and then Mashaba explained what it was about. To
That's what it
10.111.
looks like to me, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Colonel. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
Maybe, can I just clarify that a little further? Is it not that Sergeant Ndo went to the scene and that he was reporting back that this is what happened, rather than Mashaba relaying it via Sergeant Ndo, if you know what I mean, right? He goes to the scene, he responds to the call,
Yes.
he goes to the scene, he calls Jock, so he calls for reinforcements. He goes to the scene, he establishes what's happening, and he obviously hadn't reported back to 10.111, which is why they then call him a couple of hours later to get a report back to, and I skipped over it, and maybe that wasn't so good idea, because what it shows is that, as I see it, the radio controller saying that the supervisors are on their neck, meaning they, in the call center, need to be able to sort of close off
The complaint.
the complaint.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they call back to him to get a report back, and then he reports back with what he says at 2.30, paragraph 2.30.
If I read this thing, it's clear to me, in my opinion, that Sergeant Ndao must have interviewed people to establish what exactly was going on.
Yes. Thank you. So we know now there are more, because there are officers that have been dispatched to the scene, there are now officers arriving already in the morning. Can you then go to paragraph 46.8
Of my supplementary.
of your supplementary?
Okay. To complicate matters further, Scania Security also called a highway patrol vehicle which was conducting a roadblock nearby, or near the scene, sorry.
So in addition to these officers, in addition to Sergeant Ndo and him calling Jock and saying, please send reinforcements, you've got the Scania people themselves making calls, and so there's additional security that's arriving.
Yeah.
And this would be, in this case, the highway patrol. Do you know whether it was just one highway patrol vehicle or more than one?
I'm not sure if it was only one highway patrol vehicle, but if my memory serves me well, there was indeed a roadblock conducted by the Mbuyiseli people, the Mbuyiseli police personnel in the vicinity. And it was the highway patrol vehicle and some other marked uniform vehicles that responded with the highway patrol. I'm not sure how many, but if my memory serves me well, there was more than one vehicle responding.
Okay. And then 46.9?
46.9, more and more law enforcement officers came to the scene, including a K9 unit members.
Okay. So the K9 unit arrives, and there is a statement by Sergeant Bakula who says that he called the K9 unit. And that it was his brother's K9 unit that he had called. Am I recalling that correctly?
If my memory serves me well, yes, I think that was correct.
Okay. So now that we've got a K9 unit on the scene, did they conduct an inspection with the narcotic dog?
I'm not sure if they did indeed conduct, because remember at that stage I was still not on scene. But yeah, I was not on scene, so I cannot really comment on if they did an inspection, yes or no.
Should they have?
It would have been a good idea,
Yes.
yes.
Because that's the point of having a narcotic dog, is to at least at a preliminary level establish whether the crime scene you're dealing with is one involving drugs.
Yeah, and search for other drugs that was not maybe the ones that were falling out of the container. Yeah.
Correct. No, I mean, it's possible that there might have been more at the back of the container.
Indeed, correct, Commissioners, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to know whether you are aware that there are allegations, which I'm sure you're aware of because you've been doing the investigation. There were allegations by several members at the scene that General Khan had prevented the K9 unit from conducting the inspection.
I cannot comment on that because, again, I was not there at that stage. I didn't specifically hear that. But, and again, at the time I arrived at the crime scene, General Khan was no longer on the crime scene.
Okay. But you confirm that the K9 unit should have been permitted to do an inspection?
It's always a good idea, yes,
Yeah.
Commissioners.
Thanks. So then you can now go to 46.10.
Later, DPCI members went to the scene, including members that I had instructed to attend to the scene. Pursuant to my conversation with General Katwa, excuse me, as set out in my main affidavit, the scene was contained with many people, in brackets police and civilian, in order in and around the scene.
I think you said contained instead of contaminated.
The scene was, thank you, Commissioner, I appreciate. The scene was contaminated. There was way too many people at the crime scene, Commissioner, so yeah, it was indeed contaminated by too many people, police and civilian, in and around the scene.
Okay, so you say pursuant to your conversation with General Kadwa, he instructed you to attend the scene. It was General Kadwa who instructed you to attend the scene.
Commissioners, that's indeed correct. He phoned me. My original statement also indicated that he phoned me around 11 o'clock to indicate that there was a major drug crime scene that he wanted me and my team to attend to. And as I indicated in my original statement, I was then en route to a meeting in Midrand. I informed him of such, and I then gave my 2IC at the time. At the time, he was Lieutenant Colonel Ludik. I gave him an instruction to phone the general, get the details, and activate the standby section of the SUNEP team at that stage.
We'll come back to that.
Thank you,
to your
Commissioner.
arrival and the call. I just for now want to establish that it was General Kadwa, and it was General Khan who called General Kadwa to the scene in the first place.
I was informed like that by General Katwa, yes.
Okay, thank you. So you say then the scene was contaminated with many people, and you say police and civilians. How is it that civilians would have access to a crime scene? Was it not cordoned off?
A very small portion of, when I arrived, a very small portion of the scene was cordoned off. So the only piece that was cordoned off was the black bakkie standing next to the truck with the container on the back. That was the only portion that was cordoned off. But it is advisable to make quite a substantial cordoning around a scene like that.
In fact, if I could take you to the national instruction, which is included in the exhibit file, Chair, it's CJC 219. And if you could go specifically to page 139.
I am there.
This is under a section of the national instruction called the controlling phase, and what the first responders should do. But 11 subsection 3 says that the first responder must secure and protect the crime scene by A, establishing an inner cordon around the perimeter of the crime scene, as well as an outer cordon around the inner cordon to enable members to perform their tasks within the inner cordon. Now, can you just put, because this crime scene has, as I understand it, the immediate crime scene is where the drugs fall off the container.
Indeed, Commissioners.
And then there's a whole area around it, including the truck itself and the immediate vicinity, the outside the warehouse. That would be also need to be cordoned off. Can you help us to understand whether this was complied with, an inner and an outer cordon?
To an extent, the inner cordon was complied with, but the outer cordon definitely not.
What would have been the outer cordon?
As I indicated, Commissioners, the outer cordon would be a little bit of a wider area because it's like, you know, certain people with specific taskings would be allowed in the inner cordon, whereas other people with other taskings, maybe just taking statements and the like, would be in the outer cordon.
So, in fact, maybe what would help is if we look at the sketch plan
Yes.
of the scene. Let's have a look at that. And it's attached to Officer Wood's statement. So that would be CJC 207. It's at page 21.
23.
The sketch plan is at 23, but if we could just start at 21.
My
Colonel.
apologies.
It's a statement of Warrant Officer Wood.
Apologies.
Can you just tell us who she is?
Warrant Officer Wood at that time was the standby member for LCRC, the Local Criminal Record Center, for that specific area.
So, again, the Commission has heard a little bit about the Local Criminal Record Center and the importance of the LCRC in crime scene management. So this is an important person to arrive on the scene, right?
Absolutely, to assist with photographs and fingerprints and the like. Yes, Commissioners.
And if you see at paragraph 4, she says, in fact, if you could just read paragraph 4 into the record.
On 2021-0709 at 11:45, due to a request of Warrant Officer Rikhotso, I attended an alleged crime scene, an alleged scene of crime at Omena Park, Aerodrome Drive, Ayrton.
Okay. Now, when I read this paragraph, I read it as saying that at 11:45, which was as a result of the request of Officer Rikhotso, she attended the scene, so that she was there at 11:45. What is your comment on that?
My comment, Commissioners, would be as follows. When I arrived at the crime scene, one of the things that the investigating officer, Captain Sebola at that time, Captain, requested me was to find out what the delay was in LCRC's arrival on the scene. And remember, my original statement would indicate that I only arrived at about 1. So I then made a call to the officers, and I said, if my memory serves me well, that this individual was just busy on another scene but is en route.
So she wasn't there when you arrived?
I did not see her there, and the investigating officer also didn't see her there.
And you
Because
arrived at around 1 o'clock? So,
I arrived at about 1,
Okay.
yes.
So this paragraph 4 at 11:45, it's not correct. Maybe she got a call at 11:45.
I think that would be more correct, Commissioners, yes.
Okay. So then we have the crime scene. Page 22 is the index to the sketch, and then 23 is the sketch itself. So if we have a look at 23. All right. What are we looking at here, Colonel?
This would have been the crime sketch of the crime scene at the time when Warrant Officer Wood was on the crime scene and what she has observed.
And we see in the sketch the alphabets A, B, C, D, E, etc. Can you just tell us from the sketch which is the actual container, the truck with the drugs?
That would be A, Commissioners.
And what is B?
B would be the black bakkie, Commissioners.
And E?
E would be one of the vehicles, I think that was Pakula's vehicle, if my memory serves me well. It was a red Kia. Yes, it was a red Kia.
Okay. So that's, E is a vehicle of one of the officers. And then if we look a little further down, you see C and D. Those are two other vehicles.
Yes.
And according to Officer Wood, C is a VW belonging to a suspect, she says.
If my memory serves well, Commissioner, C was a GTI Golf driven by the traffic officer, Mashaba.
So C is Mashaba's vehicle,
Yeah.
and next to Mashaba's vehicle is D, which is a silver BMW. Do you know who that belonged to?
Mr. Mashaba's informant. Cannot recall. We spoke about it earlier. What his surname, I think, is
Nku.
Nku. Yes.
So they parked next to each other. How big is this area in the sketch plan?
It is quite a big area. That inner area there, I would say, is at least twice the size of this venue that we're in width,
Okay.
and maybe 2-3 times in length.
And if you were to describe, based on this sketch plan, where the inner cordon would be, where would that be?
The inner cordon would typically be from the container in front of vehicle E, around vehicle A, and there where it's written on the sketch where warehouse 7 starts.
Okay. And the outer cordon?
The outer cordon would be from the outside of, in my opinion, from the outside of warehouse 7, the top line of warehouse 7 to at least the bottom line of warehouse 4. And then I would also have cordoned off vehicle C and D.
Okay, so quite a large area.
Yes.
And that, you say, was not cordoned off?
The outer cordon was
The outer
not cordoned off on my arrival.
Okay. Do you know why it wasn't? Who was in charge of the scene at the time?
At the time that I arrived there, I was informed that Captain Sibola was the crime scene manager, and so he was in charge at that time of the crime scene.
So, I mean, this is disturbing because when you arrived, it's 1 o'clock.
Yes.
So many hours have gone by, as we saw from the radio, two-way radio call that started in the morning. This is 1 o'clock when you arrived, that had not taken place. Okay. So read 46.11, please, into the record, and then we'll move.
Before you do that, Colonel, in an operation such as this,
Sorry, Commissioner, I didn't hear you.
in an operation such as this, where information, according to Mr. Mashaba, he got the information on the 8th for the first time from his informer. And you've testified what happened on the 8th. He went to, I think, Yellow Jersey, and he was told, no, you can't search.
Correct.
And the following day, they escort this vehicle to the truck to Scania. Can you think of a reason why the informer would be on the scene, on the crime scene?
I cannot think of any reason now.
Yes.
It's actually, in my opinion, it's not a good thing to have an informer on the crime scene because then you can expose him. And an informer is supposed to be a person in the background and not to be exposed
Yes,
on the physical crime scene.
yes. So ordinarily, they wouldn't be on the scene, in your experience?
In my experience, definitely not.
Thank you. Thanks, Mrs.
And when you arrived, was the informer still on the crime scene?
Yes, Commissioner.
We're going to come back to it. So let's just, 46.11 of your statement, if you could read that into the record.
As mentioned, Captain Sebola, now Lieutenant Colonel Sebola, was designated to was the designated investigating officer and took over the crime scene as the crime scene manager. After interviewing the 3 officers on the scene, he was of the view that the reasons for their presence was unsatisfactory and that they ought to be arrested for dealing in drugs. He then took over that process while I assisted with the exhibit processes as outlined in my main statement.
Okay. So this is the appropriate place now for us to go to your main statement. Can we go to that statement, please? Because you now deal with your involvement in detail. And I'd like you to go to paragraph 3.
I'm there.
All right. So can you read paragraph 3 into the record?
On Friday, 2021, 0709, at about 1100 hours, I received a call from the provincial head DPCI Gauteng, Major General Kadwa. The General informed me that there was a narcotics crime scene that he needed me and my team to attend to. The scene was at the premises of Scania Trucks in Aeroton, south of Johannesburg. He informed me that a large consignment of drugs was found in the back of a container truck, in brackets, shipping container.
Can you continue?
I was at a meeting in Midrand and informed the General as such. I then instructed my second in command, Lieutenant Colonel Ludik at the time, telephonically to contact General Kadwa and arrange the standby members and himself to attend the scene.
And did he?
It was reported to me that he actually drove to the scene with General Kadwa.
And did they arrive with standby members?
He did arrive with standby members, and I found him and the standby members at the scene when I arrived there at about 1 o'clock.
Okay. Continue.
Because of the mentioned meeting I was involved in, I arrived at the scene at about 1 o'clock on the same day. I found a large number of police officers on scene, uniform and detectives. Also on scene was members of my team, Brigadier Sekubela. The Brigadier is the DPCI Serious Organized Crime Provincial Commander and in essence my direct commander. Also there was General Kadwa, the provincial DPCI provincial head.
And what was the scene? What did you see when you arrived? Can you tell us what you witnessed when you arrived?
Like I stated earlier, there was a lot of police officers, a lot of police vehicles there. And I would describe it as close to chaotic.
About how many people are you talking about?
40, 50 people, easy.
And in this area that you said that had not been cordoned off?
Indeed, correct, Commissioners.
So further contaminating the scene?
Further contaminating the scene, yes.
You can continue.
I approached Lieutenant Colonel Ludik, who briefed me on the situation of the scene, and he also indicated to me in my absence he appointed Captain Sebola, now Lieutenant Colonel, as the investigating officer. I approached Captain Sebola as the arrangement is that the investigating officer on scene is the scene manager, and I offered my assistance and help to him.
Okay, and let's pause you there for a moment. Why did Lieutenant Colonel Ludik delegate the scene to Captain Sebola? You had given him an instruction to go and attend and manage the scene, right?
Indeed. But he was not an investigating officer. He was not the... We sort of make turns on who's the next investigating officer. And this time the coin fell with Captain Sebola at the time.
Okay. So he is instructed by Colonel Ludik.
In my absence,
take
Colonel Ludik was at that stage my second in command of the team. So he instructed Captain Sebola to be the investigating officer.
Okay. And do you know what time they had arrived on the scene?
I am not sure, Commissioners. It would probably be in their statements.
Okay. So, but certainly by the time you arrive at 1 o'clock, it's chaotic.
I can describe it as such,
All
Commissioners.
right. Can you continue with paragraph 7? And we'll take that slowly, but if you could just
Okay.
start reading that into the record.
Maybe before you do that, Colonel, how does it work? We know Mr. Mashaba is from traffic, he's chief of traffic, and then he's called his people. In my understanding, all of them are SAPS, not DPCI. And I think elsewhere, either in your statement, you are repeating what someone said, that Boysons, SAPS Boysons were there. How does it work that this becomes a DPCI scene, as we see with Sebola, when in fact the original finder, if for lack of a better word, the original finder of the drugs is traffic, but there's also SAPS by the time you get your call from General Kadwa? How does that work?
Commissioner, as I indicated earlier, the issue is that when it comes to this size of drug consignments, it is clearly a transnational or even trans-international trafficking of illicit narcotics that's taking place. So that's why the DPCI would typically take over such an investigation. Because we have a bigger footprint, and as I indicated earlier, our national coordinator also deals with law enforcement agencies outside of our borders. So that's why it would typically be a DPCI matter, Commissioner.
And is that a common understanding within law enforcement?
Yes, Commissioner.
So Chief Mashaba, if he knows anything about drug enforcement, he would have known that this is a DPCI matter and would have contacted DPCI. Does it follow necessarily?
In my opinion, he should have known as a senior member. Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, that this is a DPCI mandate matter.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7. Captain Sebola indicated to me that he requested me to assist with the following issues. Point 1, he complained that there were too many people within the crime scene. I instructed some of my team members to cordon the immediate area around the vehicles involved, the truck with the container, and the vehicles on which the exhibits was loaded onto. Non-essential personnel were moved outside the cordoned area.
Okay, so is this now where you establish the outer
The
cordon?
outer cordon, yes.
Why did it require you to arrive on the scene to do this if Captain Sebola was in charge?
Captain Sebola, one must understand, as I mentioned, Commissioners, it was a chaotic scene, and I think he was more concerned with safeguarding the exhibits as our protocols needs us to do. The exhibits and the suspects, he was concentrating on that, and that's why I think he initially left the outer cordon not to be done.
But you accept that the appropriate thing for him to have done was to cordon it off. There were many officers on the scene that could have assisted to do that.
Absolutely, it was. But at the end of the day, one should have been on the scene to realize how hectic it actually was. So to a large extent, I understand why he did what he did. Because he was trying to... The scene was seriously compromised and seriously contaminated at that stage already by the number of people on the scene. So in trying to start dealing with that, I think he just, it was an elephant that he needed to attend to, so he started tending to it piece by piece and the like. And I think that's why the outer cordon at that stage was not a priority for him. That's just my opinion based on previous experience with him on crime scenes.
It was an overwhelming scene.
It was one of the biggest scenes I've ever attended to personally as well.
Right. And was General Kadwa still on the scene when you arrived?
Yes, he was.
And what would have been his responsibility in a scene like this, chaotic, overwhelming? And I'm not making any judgment calls here or anything on Captain Sebola. I'm just saying that this is the reality of the scene. And you have General Kadwa, who is the provincial head. What would have been his responsibility?
Generally speaking, the General Kadwa would not have involved himself in ground operational issues. So he would have not instructed people to cordon and to do X, Y, and Z. Typically, he would just be in the background and he would be briefed what was going on.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that because I do find this interesting, the extent to which there is a lack of control here, right, of the scene. So the first thing is you move in and you cordon off the outside.
I instruct people to cordon off, to do an outer cordon, yes.
All right. And then paragraph 2?
He requested members to assist in taking witness statements. I also tasked members to talk to Captain Sebola for him to indicate whose statements needs to be taken.
Okay, so you assisted with tasking members on
Yes.
Captain Sebola's behalf. All right. Paragraph 3?
He indicated to me who the suspects were and requested members to deal with them. I tasked members accordingly.
Okay. Now, on this point of the suspects, what were you assisting him to do? When you say you tasked the members accordingly, what were they meant to do with the suspects?
Start interviewing the suspects, start taking their warning statements to get a better gist of the crime scene and their role on the crime scene.
And that would have been, who were the suspects?
Mr. Mashaba, Mr. Ndau, Pakula, and I cannot now remember the fourth one, but there were four suspects, Commissioners.
Was it not the informant?
That was Nku.
That would have been Mr. Nku, Commissioner.
I think when you said Ndau, you meant Nku.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, Commissioner.
So Pakula, I just want to also get a bit of clarity on this. And in order to do that, we need to go to the first statement you made on this, not for the Commission, but at the time. And that's your statement of 13 July 2021, which is CJC 203. And it's at page 1 of the bundle.
Yes.
Colonel, you should have been a doctor in your other life.
My handwriting is a challenge. I've heard that so many times.
So we're going to need your help here. I did read it, believe it or not, and with some difficulty. So let's just have a look at this statement. And what I would like you to read, well, you can read anything you want, but my particular interest was at paragraph 5. Could you read that into the record for the Commission?
I ask, how do you know what's written in paragraph 5?
Yeah, Commissioner, sometimes it's even a challenge for myself. But I will read it to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
I was assisting with the general working on the scene when I was introduced to Colonel Sipungu as being the commander of Warrant Officer Pakula. a member of the National Investigation Unit based in Pretoria. Warrant Officer Pakula was one of the persons placed under arrest. I then, in the presence of General Kadwa, I asked Colonel Sipungu if he was aware of the operation that his member was conducting. He indicated that he is actually on leave, but received a message from his member, Warrant Officer Pakula, at 0827 that he, Warrant Officer Pakula, was following up on drug-related information. He also offered to show me
The message.
to show us the message. I left the colonel and continued with my duties, and I recall that now I have a
Relayed.
challenge.
Relayed?
Relate to Captain Sebola that we in due course should also obtain a statement from Colonel Sipungu, and also indicated to him that what the colonel said.
Okay. So, when Officer Pakula, before Officer Pakula, what this says is that before Officer Pakula arrived on the scene, he did call his commander.
That's what's indicated to me, yes.
Okay. And he and informed his commander, and as I understand it, but correct me if I'm wrong, whose Colonel Sipungu did not object to him attending to the scene.
It didn't look like that. Colonel Sipungu, as I remember correctly and as I stated here, was on leave at the time. So Pakula should have informed whoever was acting in Sipungu's place, but that is just my view of this.
But even though he was on leave, he came to the scene, Colonel Sipungu.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Is that normal?
No, that's not normal. If you're on leave, you're on leave. You're not supposed to involve yourself with official duties when you're on leave.
So you then inform Captain Sebola of this conversation, and you say to him, this is what was told to you, and that a statement should be taken from Colonel Sipungu.
That is indeed correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And do you know whether that statement was taken at the time?
I think it was taken later, but I cannot confirm that.
Okay. Let's move to paragraph 4. 7.4 of your statement. We're back to your statement. Sorry.
Okay. He requested members to deal with the exhibits. I then, and this I remember specifically because there was an issue later. I specifically tasked Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris to deal with the issue of the exhibits, the safeguarding, counting, and general handling of the exhibits.
Okay. I want to deal with this exhibits and the counting and in a bit more detail. So I'm going to come back to it. Can you first read in paragraph 5 before I come back to paragraph 4?
He asked me to contact FSL and LCRC to assist with the handling of the exhibits and the photographing thereof at the scene. I adhered to the request. Forensic Science Laboratory indicated that they were not able to assist as they were running on skeleton staff because of COVID and also had a problem with storage space. LCRC was busy at another scene, arriving a little bit later, and dealt with the photographing of the scene and the exhibits and the leftovers, in inverted commas, of the black carry bags, as well as that was handed to LCRC member for DNA and fingerprint analysis.
Okay, so just on this point 5, we saw in the Port Shepstone case a similar thing. It was a chaotic scene.
Indeed.
There was contamination. It destroys the integrity of the evidence, right?
Yes.
The second parallel here is, like in Port Shepstone, the lab didn't have storage space to
Yes.
take the drugs.
Yes, Commissioner.
What is the problem here? Why does the lab not have sufficient storage space?
There's just no space. Literally, there's no space
Because of the number of
exhibits that
Exhibits.
is being stored there. And it also reverts back to the prior thing that I said in terms of the legislation, where we currently have to keep exhibits for way too long. And one runs out of space.
and there aren't that many labs in the area, I suppose.
There's in Gauteng, there's one, excuse me, there's one lab in Pretoria. That's the main forensic lab. And I know there's one in Cape Town. There used to be one in KZN as well. But the one in KZN got damaged. It had serious flood damage. So exhibits at that time were no longer going there.
Is that the one in Amanzimtoti?
That's correct, Commissioners.
So there's just one lab, and that's in Pretoria.
And then there's one in Cape Town.
In Gauteng, I mean, there's just
In
one.
Gauteng, just the one in
In
Pretoria.
Pretoria East, in Silverton.
Yes, Silverton, that's correct, yes.
And so you say that they aren't able to assist. So we'll come to then what happens with the exhibits. But the second thing that you say is, when you arrived, the LCRC was still not there. At what time did, and the officer, the member, LCRC member we know now is Officer Wood. What time did she arrive?
Excuse me, Commissioners. I do not have the specific time that she arrived, but obviously when she arrived, she would have started to take photographs.
Let's have a look at the photographs that you provided.
Of photographs that I provided
Yes.
with her taking photographs.
Correct.
Yes, Commissioners.
Let's go to, well, let's start at page 9. We saw these earlier this morning. Okay, so as I said, I'm going to come back to the exhibits and the counting of the exhibits, but for now, this is a photograph that would have been taken. This is not the actual photograph taken by Officer Wood,
No.
but she would have taken photographs of this
Similar
scene.
photographs, yes.
And page 10.
That would be correct, Commissioner.
And page 11.
Page 11,
Can you tell us who are the people in this photograph to start with?
I'm trying to see, I cannot recall who's the person with the orange jacket. Next to him would be my good self. I also do not know who's the person here with the back to us. And the person, last person there looks like, or the second last person, that looks like Warrant Officer Woods. The next photo will show us better. And
But
then,
before we move up to the next photo, this looks like it's at night time.
indeed correct, Commissioners. One should just bear in mind that around 5:30 in winter, it becomes dark.
Okay, it's already getting dark.
Indeed, Commissioners.
What are the bags that are being handled by the officers?
These are the bags that the remainders of the black bags that we saw in the earlier photographs. The remainder of the black bags was put in these evidence bags, and she was busy photographing the remainders of the black bags. As I indicated, it was given to her on the scene, but she would photograph it before she leaves with it to go and check for DNA and fingerprints in and outside these bags.
Okay, so if we look at page 12,
That would be Officer Woods taking the photographs of these bags to the, if I have a look at the picture as it lies in front of me, to the far right. And I see now the person there to the far left, that looks like Captain Norkia.
To the far left in the
With his
orange- No,
back towards the photographer this side.
I see.
Right next to the bags on the left-hand side, right opposite Officer Woods.
I'm not sure I follow exactly. Is it the person, there's a person with a long coat?
The person with the long coat looks like Brigadier Sekobela, my direct commander, and then just in front of her,
In
to
front
her
of her.
left-hand side, that would have been Captain Norkia.
Okay. And finally, page 13, who are, well, we can see Officer Wood still taking photographs.
Officer Wood still taking photographs. That looks like these would have been two members from my team. They're definitely busy with completing registers there for the official dotting down of the issues, of the details of these evidence bags. Maybe assisting Morris and Norkia.
Okay. All right, so, and now this is after dark.
This is now seriously after dark. Yes, Commissioners.
Can we take a step back and now deal with the exhibits and the handling of the exhibits? You said that you had instructed, you assisted Captain Sabola by instructing
Norkia and Morris.
Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, now to do what? To count? To do what exactly? All the bags, these drugs, these bricks, are they still in the black wrappings?
They're still in the black wrappings.
In the canvas bags?
Yes.
All right.
If I can take you back, where's the photographs that we just had? If you go back to photograph 4.
Yes.
When these bags were still on the back of the black bakkie, they were still on the back of the black bakkie, I instructed those two to start unpacking this black bakkie, and this is where they started. In other words, they were busy unpacking these bags, and as the bags were put there, this photograph was taken.
Okay. So these were now the photographs of the bags, about 23. And then what is the next step?
The next step would be to open these bags and inspect the content of it.
And to count?
Well, first see what is inside the bags. Remember, we did not know what was inside these bags.
Right.
When they opened the first bag and they saw the bricks, they called me over to say, Colonel, come and look what we have here. And then we immediately realized what we have. Well, as I said earlier, although it needed to be confirmed by analysis by forensics, we knew that we had a very, very large indication that we're dealing with cocaine bricks here. Okay. So they showed it to me. I said, unpack everything and count it and put it into evidence bags.
And was this done in front of the suspects?
I'm not sure where the suspects was at that stage, but the suspects were being dealt with by Sebola and the people I instructed to assist him with dealing with the suspects.
Would it be required that it's done in front of the suspects?
The evidence bag sealed in front of the suspects, yes.
But you're saying you don't know whether it was done or it was not
I'm not
done?
sure if it was done, no.
Okay.
Well, but by the time you instructed that the bags be removed from the bakkie,
Yes.
and they end up on the floor here, by that time or today, was there a record completed by Mr. Mashaba or any members of his team that reflected that so many bags had been removed from the container onto their vehicle?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of any such record, Commissioner.
You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of any such record. To the best of my recollection, such a record does not exist.
They hadn't completed any record.
No, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So, Colonel, we're going to go slowly through the exhibits and how, and what you and Captain Nyokia and them found, and how many bricks, etc. But I don't want to overlook any aspect of your statement as we do that. So can you just read in paragraph 8 and 9 before I ask my next questions?
Okay. I generally assisted and supported Captain Sebola and other team members with their duties on the crime scene. I was happy with the way in which Captain Sebola dealt with the issue of the crime scene management. Although the scene was already seriously compromised, we dealt with it to the best of our ability. I also tended to all immediate reports that needed to be submitted. In specific relation to handling the exhibits, I would like to state the following. The exhibits was packed in black bags with handles. The two members who I assigned to deal with the exhibits, as mentioned supra, opened these bags and showed me that it contained bricks. These bricks was wrapped in black and transparent wrap. Out of experience, the team believed these bricks to contain cocaine. In brackets, this, however, would only be confirmed by Forensic Science Laboratory's analysis and weighed plus minus 1 kilogram per brick. These bricks also had markings on it, and the two I can remember was a bull red in color and a seagull in black color with a white background. These bricks was packed out, counted and photographed. The count came to 715 in total. The bricks was then sealed in official exhibit bags and recorded in number of the bricks per bag and bag numbers. These exhibit bags have specific and unique serial numbers as well. I assisted Captain Sebola to make arrangements for the exhibits to be transported to Mbuyiseli's SAPS as the crime scene was in their area. The exhibits was transported to Mbuyiseli's SAPS in an official police vehicle under armed guard, in brackets SAPS members. The two members who I appointed as the members responsible for the exhibits also accompanied the exhibits to hand it into the SAP 13.
Okay, let's pause there. Let's go to the SAP 13 register. That you'll find at CJC 11, 211, pardon me, CJC 211, and specifically page 41. Have you got it, Colonel?
I have, sorry.
So am I right that this is the SAP 13 register?
This is definitely SAP 13 register.
And we see on the left-hand column on that page the date 9 July 2021. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then and then it says which station in the second column. And it lists the crime, dealing in drugs.
Correct, Commissioner.
And then the third column is the column that describes the exhibits that are booked in to the register.
Indeed, correct.
And it starts at 3.1.
Correct.
Can you just, we don't need to go through every single one, but can you just describe to us what's contained here in 3.1 to the end?
3.1 describes 1, in brackets 1, times sealed bag with serial number PAB 000297151 containing 18 times 1 kilogram bricks. I can't read that word, suspected cocaine. Possible suspected cocaine.
Right, so that's 3.1. So each entry, if we look down that column, it goes all the way to 3.49. There's one page duplicated, but if you go all the way down, scroll down, it goes to 3.49.
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, I've counted these, and in fact, it amounts to 684. I don't know whether you've checked this count.
I haven't checked it, no.
It amounts to 684 bricks, a total 684 bricks. But I think the reason for that is if you look at 3.12, page 43, Chair.
Yeah, they didn't write in the number of bricks.
Correct. And if you cross-check that exhibit bag number with Morris's statement, you'll see it's meant to be 16. And we'll look at that in a moment. So, in fact, the amount should be 700, not 684, if you add in the 16. But 700 is also not 715. And in your statement, you said there were 715. Can you just explain that discrepancy between the SAP 13 register and...
I cannot, because I was not present when this was handed in. I don't know if they omitted by counting some other bricks, just by just handing in the bag itself. But on scene, it was reported to me that there's 715 bricks. And
do you know why they don't put the total at the end of the entries? I mean, it would
Make your life harder.
life easy for everybody, because when you read this many years down the line, I would expect that 3.1 to 3. Whatever, at the end they would tally all of them together and say total equal to...
I will agree with you, Commissioner, that would have been much easier. But again, remember, I was not there when they wrote in, when this exhibits were booked into the SAP 13.
But if you have this history of exhibits going missing while in police custody, surely it would help if, when they are first booked in, there's a proper entry and they are tallied and a total number is inserted there.
I will agree with you, Commissioner. I think if we have a look at Morris and Norkia's statement, they kept record of this, so they must have been, I don't know if one was just missed or something, but I totally agree with you, Commissioner. That would indeed make a lot of sense, sir.
So, I mean, the question from Commissioner Khumalo is important because it is about maintaining the chain of custody and the evidence, integrity of the evidence, which will help to secure a successful prosecution down the line. So each step along the way here is hugely important. It might seem very small, yes, but it's not. So the error in the SAP 13 register at 3.12 looks like it was just an error if one does a cross-check, but it could become significant.
Yes.
And it's an important thing to get correct. And I think that's where why this question is quite important. But so what we have is the SAP 13 register, which amounts to 684. But let's say well, we've seen 3.12, it was just an omission of 16, so it actually totals 700. But you say it should actually be 715. If we go to Warrant Officer Morris's statement, it is a warrant officer, am I right?
Morris is a warrant officer, yes.
So that would be CJC 206. And it starts at page 16. And the relevant part for us, although you're welcome to take us anywhere else in the statement if you wish, but if I could ask you to have a look at paragraph 9. In fact, the first thing I should probably do is explain my own thinking. So, the SAP 13 register, you don't need to go back there because there's a lot of flipping of pages. But that 3.12, the exhibit number, was 296842. 296842. And if you look at paragraph 9 of Morris's statement, under from the sixth sports bag, the second entry, you'll see 296842.
Yes,
Exhibit number. And it says 16 packages.
16 packages.
Yeah. So I'm just explaining to you where I got the number 16 from, because that's the same exhibit number, and that's the 16 that had been omitted, right? Okay. So here in paragraph 9, what is Officer Morris describing?
Officer Morris is describing how many of those blocks were packed into a specific unique forensic bag with a specific unique serial number. And then later, that was 14. Yeah, that was what he describes in paragraph 9.
Right. Now, on my count, that adds up to 700, not 715.
Okay.
So it tallies with the SAP 13 register, 700. But then where does 715 come from? I still don't then have an answer to the discrepancy.
I think, Commissioners, I think it will just be good and well for Warrant Officer Morris and Norkia to explain that discrepancy, because on scene they reported to me 715 blocks. And if you go further and you look at my statement, these blocks out of experience usually weighed around weighs around 1 kilogram each. And when it was handed into forensics, and I think we'll probably come to that, sorry for jumping the gun now, getting ahead of myself.
No, I am also looking at paragraph 11 of your statement, at top of page 4. And you are dealing with, I think, the handing over to FSL.
That's correct.
And you say the drugs, upon being handed in, weighed 715,86 kg.
Exactly right, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I'm not sure to what extent, if at all, that tallies with the 700 bricks.
715 was handed in, and it weighed 715.88 kilograms.
But what I'm saying is, Ms. Hasim has taken us to two places
that
And
indicates 700.
the calculation is that at both places that was 700. So what I'm saying is, I don't know how one is able to relate those two 700 counts to the 715,86 in paragraph 11 of your statement.
I totally concur. Well, I see what you're saying, Commissioner. And as I indicated, it was reported to me, I didn't count the bricks.
Yeah.
It was reported to me that there were 715 bricks counted on scene.
Maybe if
I can only testify to what I've got knowledge on.
Yeah.
If I can complicate things further, if we go to CJC 210, it's the statement of Captain Modise, the 212, section 212 statement, and it starts at page 36. Okay. So just to begin with, Captain Modise is the forensic analyst in the lab, correct?
Yes.
And she provides a statement to record that she received the evidence bags, right?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And if we look at paragraph 3 of her statement, she says, during the execution of my official duties on 21 July 2021, I received 49 sealed evidence bags with unique numbers, and then she lists all of the serial numbers. And we know there were 49 bags. But the last sentence of that paragraph says the total number of solid substance blocks was 715. And I find that peculiar because we know that there were 700 because Morris said so and the SAP 13 register says so, and we can count them up. How is it that Captain Modise then comes to 715? How do we understand, what are we to make of that discrepancy?
Again, Commissioners, I would submit that Warrant Officer Morris and Captain Norkia should answer on that, because it's also clear here that for her to say this is the number of blocks, and for her to be able to do this analysis, she would have opened these evidence bags and literally count the blocks. That's how she also came to 715. So Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris should explain why this discrepancy of 15 blocks.
Because when they're handed into the SAP 13 clerk, the clerk is also doing the count, right?
Yeah.
And at paragraph 6 of Captain Modise's statement, if we look at that, the last sentence, if you could just read the last sentence, please.
An average mass of one solid substance block was 1,001,20 grams. Thereafter, the total estimated mass of the exhibit's material was 715,86 kilograms.
They have underlined estimated because I think they are dealing with the actual substance, and I would think they are doing the weighing and they are doing everything. So the estimated surprised me, but I'm just making an observation. Please continue, Ms. Sesi.
Chair, it's also peculiar that it's an estimate because it's 715.86, which is not an estimate. But what we have, the point of this being a discrepancy in the exhibits the number of bricks and the weight of the bricks, and how the count at when it's booked into Boyson's, and then when it gets to the lab.
I can see that, Commissioners, yeah.
Okay. So I need to then take you back. So what we know is that the bags were counted, sealed, taken to Boyson's, checked into the register.
Correct.
All of that totally in accordance with protocol. It's
Absolutely,
what should-
Commissioners, yes.
Yes. But then, can you read paragraph 10 of your statement?
Paragraph
10
of my statement.
of your statement, yes. So it was a Friday, as I understand it.
Yeah,
that
the
it-
9th was a Friday, indeed.
Right.
That's correct, Commissioners. Throughout the weekend following the operation, I was contacted by the station commander of Boyson's, Brigadier Jones. He raised concerns of safety for the exhibits and requested me to have it removed as soon as possible. On Monday, 2021, 07:12, I phoned FSL again and requested if they could take in the exhibits. They still were not able to assist with the storage of the exhibits. As Captain Sebola was busy with the case docket at court, I continued to assist with the matter concerning the exhibits. I phoned Brigadier Naika, the National Coordinator for SANEP, for assistance. He indicated to me that he's got access to safe storage at a base at the the SAPS College in Pretoria. I arranged members of my team, including the two that were dealing with the exhibits from the outset, to meet me at Boyson's SAPS. I also arranged a number of SAPS Highway Patrol members to assist with the transport and safeguarding of the exhibits to the mentioned safe storage. The exhibits were booked out by Captain Norkia, loaded into the Highway Patrol vehicles and transported to the mentioned safe... Sorry, I just heard a noise. My apologies. The exhibits were booked out by Captain Norkia, loaded into Highway Patrol vehicles and transported to the mentioned safe storage in Pretoria. On our arrival, I was shown the storage and inspected it. I was satisfied that this was a very safe place with access control at the gate to the facility inside the SAPS College, and it was a strong room inside a building with a steel door and a steel gate. The room was empty and the key was handed to me. We unloaded the exhibits into the strong room, locked the gate and the door, and I handed the keys to Captain Norkia with the instruction to see to it that the exhibits be moved to FSL as soon as they were ready to receive it. When we offloaded the exhibits bags, the bricks were still in the form that it was at the time of the seizure.
Okay. So what was the concern? I mean, again, given what we know about the importance of safeguarding these exhibits and following proper protocols, and the SAP 13 generally, as I understand it, being itself like a vault, right? It's a very secure place. It's attended by someone all the time. Nothing can go in and out without it being recorded. What was the concern here with keeping it at the Boyson's SAP 13 vault?
Commissioners, there were mainly two issues raised by Brigadier Jones. He firstly indicated to me that this arrest of these four people drew a lot of attention, and there was more than usual, actually he called it a large number of visitors there throughout the weekend, and he said that there was even demonstrations outside the police station. He further indicated to me that he believes that his SAP 13 storage facility is not safe enough because he doesn't have a 24/7 guard or video cameras or anything like that. So he was concerned for the safety of these exhibits. And, you know, at that stage I had to try and mitigate the safety of these exhibits Because if something would have happened to this exhibit, he would have turned around and said, I told Steyn to make a plan, and now he's not making a plan, and now there's a trouble. So that's when I stepped in and made alternative arrangements in an effort, as I indicated, to try and mitigate the safety of these exhibits.
And was his concern that the protesters might try to, was it his concern that the suspects might have a hand in the disappearance of the drugs?
His approach was that there were a lot of extra movement because of this case around his police station, and he raised that as a general concern. I cannot comment on his train of thought per se during his telephone calls to me, but he had, according to him, he had serious concerns about the safety of these exhibits.
Did he mention the size of the hall, that it was unusual for his police station and that made him uncomfortable? Because I recall you earlier saying it was one of the largest you've ever come across.
Commissioner, he raised the issue of the value of this exhibit during some of our conversations. Indeed, he did so.
And he called you more than once. Oh, pardon me.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
He called you more than once on that
He
weekend.
actually called me, for lack of a better word, and I do apologize. It was starting to get irritating, the number of calls he actually made to me. But I also, in hindsight, I understand why he made those many phone calls, because he wanted to also see to the safety of those exhibits. And in essence, although the exhibits was into his SAP 13, to a very large extent, the safeguarding of the exhibits or the whole risk in terms of the exhibits would also form part of our responsibility to an extent. Yes, Commissioner.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
All rise. We are ready.
Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. So, Colonel, we were dealing with the number of bricks and the weight and all of that of the drugs, and we were last looking at the statement of Captain Mbuyiseli, the forensic analyst. Just continuing on that, in that same vein, could we just have a look, please, at CJC 211? It's at page 38. And you'll see that this is a 212 statement of another forensic analyst named Warrant Officer Mabasa. And if we look at that report, the statement itself at page 39, and if we look specifically at paragraph 3, She says, during the execution of my official duties, 10 August 2021, I received one sealed evidence bag with number, and she gives the number, and she says it contained an amount of solid substance wrapped in plastic and adhesive tape. And then at paragraph 6, she determined that it is cocaine and that it weighs 1 kg. Can you explain how this one extra brick of cocaine arrived at the lab?
Commissioners, yes. Initially, I was not aware of this brick, but it was reported to me by Captain Norkia that if we recall the photographs that was taken, the wrappings of the sports bags was handed to Warrant Officer Woods from LCRC to check up on possible fingerprints or DNA inside these wrappings. Seemingly, according to Captain Norkia, what has happened, one of these bricks got stuck inside this adhesive wrapping that was around these bags, and that block was missed. Probably because it was getting darker, the lighting wasn't that well. One of those blocks got missed, and it was then retrieved by Warrant Officer Wood, who then gave it to Captain Norkia, and he handed it in again.
So this was it was trapped in the canvas bag, or in that plastic wrapping.
Commissioners, if you recall that, as I indicated in that photographs, the wrapping was, it had a strong adhesive on the inside. The wrapping where the canvas bags was wrapped into. And it must have gotten stuck in one of those, because the 23 bags that was unwrapped, as you could see in one of the photographs, Warrant Officer Wood is busy taking photographs of these bags in sealed evidence bags, and it was heaps of them, so I think it just got stuck in the inside of that adhesive wrapping of the canvas bags.
Okay.
That's the only explanation I got from Captain Norkia.
We don't know whether there were any other bricks that went.
It was only the one that was
undetected.
reported, Commissioners.
Okay. So let's return then to your statement. It's paragraph 12.
Captain Norkia, on the 19th, reported to me, sorry, just paragraph 11, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Commissioners. While I was off sick with COVID, Captain Norkia reported to me telephonically that on the 19th of July 2021, that forensics indicated that they were ready to receive on that day, and that he handed in the exhibits, him and Warrant Officer Morris handed in the exhibits on that day. And I asked him if everything was in order, and he indicated to me it's still in order, all is still there, all is still accounted for.
So, sorry, that was at this point in time, and thank you for going back to paragraph 11. At this point in time, this was where the drugs were now transported from the SAPS college to FSL.
From the safe premises to FSL, yes.
So just again on that timeline, the 9th was the drug bust.
Correct.
That was the day it was booked into the SAP 13.
On the 9th, correct?
On the 9th.
Correct, Commissioners.
Calls to you, multiple calls over the weekend. 12th, the Monday, it was then taken to the SAPS training college
Correct, Commissioners.
and locked into a storeroom.
A safe storeroom, yes.
And just remind us then who had control over the exhibits at that point in time.
I would refer you back to paragraph 10, where the last paragraph under paragraph 10, we unloaded the exhibits into the strong room, locked the gate and the door, and I handed the keys to Captain Norkia with the instruction to see to it that the exhibits be moved to Forensic Science Laboratory as soon as they are ready to receive it. So it would have been Captain Norkia that was in total control of the exhibits henceforth.
So I understand the reason for moving it because of the concerns that were raised at Boyson's, and then, you know, this was the place that was identified as being very safe. But it is a breach of protocol, is it not, to take it to the college?
I would concede to that, yes. But,
and even if the motive is for the purpose of protecting...
I had to take a decision in an effort to try and mitigate further risks to the exhibits, and hence my decision to take that move out of protocols.
And I suppose for me, the question is, it's so important, the protocols, right? Because when there's a breach, it sort of allows for problems to creep in.
Yes.
And it's not ideal that the drugs had to be moved out of an SAP 13 register. What is the solution to this?
Enhance the storage capability at forensics.
Is that forensics? Is that's really, because it has to go into an SAP 13 first.
Absolutely,
right?
yes.
But the problem is that you don't want to keep it in SAP 13 longer than is absolutely necessary.
I think protocol allows us 7 days, and within the period of 7 days, we need to move it to forensics from a SAP 13 at a station, yes.
Yeah. So if there had been space at the forensic lab, then it would have just gone from Boyson's on the Monday straight to the lab.
Absolutely, yes.
And there wouldn't have been this diversion.
Yes, Commissioners, it would have been like that.
Can I ask a question? Why can't you hand over the custody to FSL within 7 days and you let them decide where they store the drugs? Because then you would have complied with the protocol, and it's their responsibility to find storage capacity.
I totally get what you're saying, Commissioner. At the end of the day, one is to a large extent also in their hands. If they say, I cannot receive, I have to make alternative arrangements.
Can't you say you are obliged to receive? Within 7 days, I must hand over these things to you. If you don't have storage capacity, speak to National Commissioner or whoever is responsible for these things to make an arrangement. But these things are now in your custody. They can't be in the custody of a police station or the Hawks or whoever the people are who initially discovered or are investigating the issue of the drug.
I was at that stage of the belief that I cannot tell them what to do, although they're also aware of the protocols, Commissioner. And I just, as I've indicated previously, I just had to make an arrangement for, in lack of a better explanation, for the better of the exhibits, for the safeguarding to the best of my ability for the exhibits, until such time that they were able to accept it, Commissioner.
Thank you. So, the drugs then are transported from the training college to, so there's a 9th, the 12th it goes into the storeroom at SAP College, and then on the 19th it's taken to the forensic service lab. Is that correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, and then at that point, when it's logged in with the forensic service lab, is there a clerk who then receives it, and so there's a counter signature for everything that's received? Is that right?
That is indeed correct, Commissioners.
And as I understand it, at that point in time when the exhibits are now being handed over at FSL, it was discovered that there were some bags with small tears in them. Do you want to just explain that?
When Captain Norkia phoned me on the 19th to indicate to me that the bags were handed in, and I questioned him on the status of the exhibits. Like I said, he indicated to me that it was still in the brick form, it was still in the same evidence bags, but probably because it was moved a number of times from the crime scene to Mbuyiseli, from Mbuyiseli to the safe storage in the college, from the college then to forensics. Because these evidence bags, although it's quite thick plastic, I think because of the transportation and the movement of these bags, there was small tears in the exhibit bags. But according to Captain Norkia, the tears was so small that the bricks would not fit through a tear like that. But what happens at forensics when you get there and there's the evidence or the exhibits bags are compromised even in the smallest way or fashion, not properly sealed because it's got a self-sealing, you remove a strip and then it's self-sealing. Even if there's a small little problem with that, they refuse to accept it. So Captain Norkia explained to me that they, at reception in forensics, they actually resealed these into other bags that didn't have any damage to them, and it was then accepted as such at forensics.
So they would be resealed into new bags with new exhibit numbers,
Correct.
new sealed numbers on
Correct.
the bags.
Yeah.
And I think there were about 8 such bags.
I'm not sure of the count. I cannot recall that he gave me a specific count. He just said there were some of the bags. I asked him, did you get it sorted? He said, yes, we resealed it and we handed it in. They accepted it as such.
Okay, maybe just for the sake of completeness, I'll just, if you look at Officer Morris's statement, again, CJC 206, starts at page 16. But if you look at page 19, at paragraph 13, he says they transported, him and Captain Norkia transported the bags on the 19th of July to the FSL. And then he says that they were damaged from the handling of the
Yes.
drug exhibits. And then in paragraph 14, he lists the bags that were affected,
Yes, Commissioners.
and they were placed into new bags.
Yes, Commissioner.
And there are 8 bags that are listed. Okay, that's just to close that off.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. And then I think we're then at paragraph 12.
Would you like me to read it in?
Yes, please.
On my return from isolation, I further assisted Captain Sebola by inspecting the docket in terms of the investigation done and issued written instructions on the outstanding investigations. I also assisted with obtaining some of the outstanding statements.
Okay. So you continued to assist even after, this would now be with the investigation into, the source of the drugs and, potential destination of the drugs. That's what,
Correct, Commissioners.
right. Please, can you read the first paragraph of paragraph 13?
During the course of 2024, after an IPAD investigation into the matter, I was informed that the IPAD case was dismissed by the DPP in terms of charges against members, including myself. But the IPAD requested a departmental investigation to be conducted against DPCI members who were involved in the Mbuyiseli case. Major General Gerber was appointed as the investigating officer into the departmental investigation. After his investigations, the national head of the DPCI also decided that the members acted correctly and that no departmental steps will be taken. During this investigation, I was instructed to confirm the status of the exhibits of this case.
Pause there. Let's just, before we move on, just on the investigation. So this investigation by Major General Gerber into the members of the Hawks was really followed from the IPID investigation and the IPID recommendation.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Can we just look at the IPID report? You'll see that at CJC 215. And it starts at page 76. This is the report that made the recommendations, right?
I think so, yes.
You'll see at paragraph 2.1 of that report, the IPID says the recommendation is to initiate disciplinary proceedings as the SAPS members involved are, and then it lists 5 members of the SAPS and Hawks.
Yes, Commissioner.
And those are Major General Khan, Major General Kadwa, Brigadier Sekobela, Colonel Stein, that's you, and Lieutenant Colonel Sebola.
Correct, Commissioner.
And this was based on an investigation at 2.3. The IPID investigator lists all of the statements and evidence relied on. You see that?
I see that, Commissioner.
So there's a list of about 42 statements, including some warning statements, and then other evidence, a radio control transcript that we were looking at, the SAP-13, forensic report, etc. So based on all of these interviews with these people, what the IPID report, investigator rather, determines is, if you look at page 79, the first paragraph. It says, evidence in our disposal revealed that indeed the complainant and 3 others were arrested on 9 July 2021 and were charged with dealing in drugs. As per the Boyson's case, that's the Ayrton case number. The police arrested their colleagues who made a huge drug bust. 2 generals, namely Major General Khan and Kadwa, attended the crime scene. However, they are unable to explain as to their role at the crime scene. General Kadwa indicated that he did not do anything at the crime scene, as he alleged that he remained in his car, and later he got a report that officers were arrested. And then it goes on and says, the drugs were taken to the lab, the canine unit issue, and then the recommendations. This then is what led to Major Gerber's doing his investigation, right?
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, I accept that you can't really comment on the IPID investigation itself.
No, I can't, Commissioner.
But can you tell me whether General Kadwa did exercise any control over the scene when he was there, or whether he did just remain in his car? Is that a correct statement?
What I personally saw, that would be not in his car, he was standing next to his car when I arrived there.
And he, while the entire time that you were present, he didn't issue any instructions or exercise any oversight?
The only thing he asked me is, I must just remember to tender the initial report to him, the preliminary report to him as soon as possible. That's the only thing he told me to do while I was on the scene.
And, okay. Then what happens is that the recommendation is made, and who is Major General Gerber then, who is tasked with?
Major General
the
Gerber,
investigation.
I'm not sure where he is currently, but at that stage he was, or still is, the provincial head of the DPCI in Mpumalanga.
Okay, and did he interview you for the purposes of the investigation?
He did telephonically, and I attended the statement.
Okay. I'm going to return to his conclusions. I mean, as we know, ultimately, he exonerated the 4 that he investigated, right? The 4 Hawks members.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. I'll return to that because...
You say the 4,
Yes.
I think there was 5, no?
No, General Khan
see.
doesn't fall under the Hawks.
Thank you. And then who was the complainant in this IPD investigation?
I am not sure, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
Does it not say Mr. Mashaba in 75? Sorry, my mic was off. It says the complainant in brackets, Mr. Mashaba. Paragraph 3 on page 75. 79.
Yeah, that is indeed correct. Commissioner, I haven't seen this report before until the bundle was given to me over the weekend.
It seems to me that the complainants are the 3 police officers who were arrested. at
Yes,
the scene.
the traffic officer, the 2 police officers, and then the private individual. I think you're 100% correct, Commissioner.
To your knowledge, you say, it says, I think you say in a statement that the DPP dismissed the case
Yeah.
that was supposed to be put against you. Do you know what was the charge against you in particular that the DPP?
If my
refused to
memory
prosecute?
serves me well, it was corruption and defeating the ends of justice. If my memory serves me well, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. As I said, I might return to the Gerber report just for some of his conclusions, particularly about concerns that he did have, despite the fact that he didn't think that there was sufficient basis to pursue any disciplinary charges against any of those, any of the 4 of you. He did raise some concerns about the investigation, some of which we've covered a bit today.
Yes.
I would like to return to that, but before we get there, you were at paragraph 13, and you had read the first paragraph of your paragraph 13, and you said that at the time of the investigation you were asked to confirm the status of the exhibits.
That's
in
correct,
the case.
Commissioner.
Can you take it from there, please?
If one looks at my additional statement, the first meeting we had with the people at forensics in an effort to try and address this tasking that I received, myself, Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs, Captain Norkia, and Warrant Officer Morris went to forensics on the 3rd of December. When we requested I explained to them the reason for our visit, and we requested them to physically see these exhibits. They went and looked for it, but they couldn't find the whole consignment. And they returned to us and they said to us, well, there's no problem. They couldn't. I said to them, that's not acceptable. And I then phoned, as I indicated in my original statement, I then contacted Brigadier Allen, who is their commanding officer. And I requested her to assist with this tasking and to actually intervene because I didn't get joy from her personnel.
And when did you contact her? You say it in the statement, if you can just say it for the record.
I contacted her. I cannot recall exactly when it was just after our meeting, our original meeting in December.
So in paragraph 13 in your main statement, your original statement, you say in the beginning of February 2025.
Brigadier Allen contacted me.
Oh, I see. So let's just step back. So it was December when you first made the request.
Yes.
They indicated there's a problem.
Yes.
But they couldn't answer your questions to your satisfaction.
So we literally called it a day and we left. So I phoned her and I asked her to intervene and assist us so that I can adhere to this tasking that I received.
Okay. And then if you could continue from there. So she then contacts you in the beginning of February.
In the beginning of February, she contacted me and informed me that they found the exhibits in the storeroom, but that the exhibits were no longer in the brick form, but in forensic plastic transparent bags with no markings on it, but the bags had tags on them descripting the lab number as well as the case number. She further indicated that the consignment now only weighed 479.4 kilograms, and that
579.
579.40 kilograms, and hence that 136.46 kilograms was unaccounted for. On Wednesday, the 22nd of February of 2025, I attended a meeting with General Kadwa, Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs, and I think that Norkia and Morris was there, I'm not sure, with Brigadier Allen and some of her personnel. They could still not explain the 136.46 kilograms that was unaccounted for, and it was then that General Kadwa decided to phone the DPCI national head of anti-corruption, of the anti-corruption section, and requested an investigation into the matter. I'm not aware of the current status of this investigation.
Okay, let's just unpack that a little bit. So 136.4 kgs went missing.
Based on the original weight of 715.86 kilograms, it only weighed in now at 579.4 kilograms, so 136.46 kilograms was missing.
And she said they were no longer in brick form.
We actually viewed it. It was now just a powder in large see-through bags with tags on them.
Again, when it's sealed in the evidence bags, it's got that shrink-wrapped, it's tightly wrapped with the plastic.
Correct.
Now that had been, so is the evidence of Brigadier Allen that it was now, that had been removed?
She informed us, if my memory serves me well, that wrapping, are we talking about the wrapping with the markings
logos
on it,
yes.
logos on it? She indicated that started to deteriorate. And obviously because of the fact that they had to remove some of this powder to actually analyze it, that wrapping then deteriorated further because they literally, if I understand it correctly, they tested every brick. So because they opened those bricks, it started to deteriorate and they decided to remove the wrappings and just put it in other bags that they used then to put the evidence in after they've analyzed it.
Do they test all of it? Do they test the 715 kgs or just a sample of it?
Commissioner, they cannot test, if they test all 700 of it, there's nothing left.
Yeah.
So it would be small samples out of each brick, in my understanding that they do test, Commissioner.
And here's my follow-up question. Is it not possible then that it is the sample that was used for testing that is missing?
Not 136 kilograms, Commissioner. That's not possible, sir.
So they cannot use 130 kilograms for testing?
No, Commissioner, definitely not. So it's literally grams or milligrams that they use to test, Commissioner.
So it's now in powder form. and 136 kgs are not accounted for. That's quite a lot to carry out of the storage room.
Indeed. It was quite upsetting to us at the time, yeah.
So you say that you attended the meeting. They couldn't explain anything further, right? But was this meeting at the FSL?
Correct, Commissioner.
And then did you go to inspect the exhibits and the storage space?
We indeed were allowed to accompany them, and they showed us the storage facility where the exhibits were kept in.
And what did you see there?
Lack of a better explanation, chaos. But I don't think in my humble opinion, like the lawyers say in court, my humble opinion is that at the end of the day, one should go and look for yourselves. My explanation of that or photographs of that will not suffice to explain what's going on in those storerooms. It was kilograms and kilograms of exhibits lying on top of one another and roof height.
So how would they be sorted? I mean, so it's all in one room, first of all.
All in one room. Different bags with the tags on them, as I can explain. I don't know how they would know to go to the back of this facility to retrieve certain items. It's like a puzzle. I don't know how they do it.
So you would walk in, and is it on shelves, or is it?
Shelves are fully packed. It's now laying on the ground, and they literally walking on top of the bags to get to the bags at the backside of this facility.
And is it a secure room?
Yeah. There's serious strong room doors in front, and you have to sign as soon as you step if you put your foot into that place, you sign a register to say that you were in there.
Are there cameras outside the door?
I saw cameras. If they're working, I cannot answer.
So that would have presumably been part of the investigation by the anti-corruption section head?
I think so, yes. Or ought to be.
And have you been able to do any follow-up on that investigation by the anti-corruption office? So is this an office within DPCI, by the way, the anti-corruption office?
That is correct. Anti-corruption, serious anti-corruption is one of the legs, if I can explain it like that the DPCI is built on.
The call that was made, you say, to the DPCI head office of anti-corruption, was that made in February 2025?
That's correct,
to investigate?
Yes. I actually overheard, in the meeting we had at Forensics, I overheard the call that General Kadwa made to, I understand he's no longer in the police, it was General John Matroos, who was heading up that section within the DPCI, and I know that the call was made to General John Matroos.
So it's now well over a year later. What update have you had on that investigation and the status of the investigation?
I do not have the full status of the investigation, but I'm aware that in last week they took a statement from Warrant Officer Morris, excuse me, and I was approached on Friday, past Friday, to tender a statement from my side on, actually one of the questions that they ask is why was the recount done from our side, but it's explained in my statement. So I said to them that I will deal with it in this week only after I've been, after I finalize my testimony at this commission.
Advocate Hasim, did we establish what the street value of the 136 kg missing is? I can't remember if we did.
It would...
Times 400,000.
Times?
I don't want to take out my phone, Commissioner, and my My mathematical
Roughly
skills are good, but not that good.
55 million.
Around 55 million.
Yeah, around there, Commissioner.
Advocate, Commissioner Baloyi laughed at us last week because we got our maths wrong. So we don't want to attempt that again.
And if this had now entered, if this now had entered the market, if it was now on the streets, these drugs, would you have been able to pick it up in any way?
I don't think so. Reason being, I do not know if it was removed in those blocks where we found it in, because that would be the only way to identify it. But I believe that after the analysis, it was no longer in that block form that we seized it in. So it is, cocaine is a white powder. The end product is a white powder. So it will be very difficult to identify that on the street per se, Commissioners.
So there's another incident that happens in February 2025 at around this time that these drugs go missing. There's a media publication, and if I could just ask you to have a look at that in the exhibit bundle. It's at CJC 217. Page 109 of the bundle. And it's dated 22 February 2025. And the title of this media report is Crime Intelligence Battle, Key Witnesses in Feroz Khan Disciplinary to Face Drug Charges. Right? The report discusses what happened at the Eriton scene and the 4 suspects that were arrested. And it, in quite a lot of detail, including photographs from the scene, including the similar photographs to the ones you've showed to the Commission. But it says more. And if you look at page 115 of that report, okay, now if you look at, for example, from the second paragraph of that report, of this media article, it says the report reveals Nku and Mashaba were in direct communication with an East Rand businessman who appears to have been the middleman between a drug operation in Brazil and local operations. It then goes on to talk about chats from encrypted messaging services that revealed that Nku was talking about certain employees at the Durban port that were, in inverted commas, our guys. It refers to the businessmen who went by a particular alias. And you'll see also, as you scroll down, that this media article has the actual messages that were shared, that were obtained by internal Hawks investigators. It has evidence from the cell phone analyst, and it concludes, it opines that the emergence of this evidence is likely to prove crucial to Khan's survival in the disciplinary round. And then it continues to talk about Khan's troubles. And it's actually a very pro-Khan article. It's a very favorable article. And all of this evidence that it leaks, essentially, comes from an internal report that I think you're familiar with. Can you confirm whether you know about these WhatsApp messages and the evidence regarding Nku and the Durban businessman?
Not this specific, I cannot recall the specific WhatsApp messages that's published here. And I do not know where would they have gotten this. I know there was analysis done, by our PCMC, the Provincial Crime Management Centre, which also forms part of the DPCI. But to where this comes from, and I haven't seen this prior to today.
Have you not seen a presentation that provides an analysis of the evidence
Not of this specific, but I've seen part of a presentation by the PCMC, yes.
Is it similar
Yes.
evidence to what is
Yes,
in the
similar, yes.
So how would information, I mean, I would think that that's quite sensitive, confidential information.
Absolutely.
How would that be leaked to the media?
I do not have an answer, Commissioners. I would not know. It's actually sad to see something like this.
What is the risk of it, this kind of leak to an investigation?
The risk of it is plain and simple to the fact that at the end of the day, if these type of things are published, it makes it easier for the criminals to see what we're looking at and how we do our investigations. And that would hamper further and future investigations into this type of syndicates.
Thank you, Colonel. And then I said I would come back to the Gerber report.
Sorry,
you were going to continue. Please go ahead.
Sorry, if you would allow me, just to take you to page 109 of that same, the first page of that article, you will see that photograph of the black bakkie with the black bags on top of it. Also in front of it, that is not captured in Warrant Officer Wood's sketch of the scene, you would see a marked police vehicle parked right in front of it. To the left of the police vehicle is that red Kia that is in her statement, in her drawing. But the police vehicle by then has been removed. So I just wanted to highlight that I just saw now.
Yes, thank you for bringing this to our attention, because Wood's sketch was only done at a particular point in the day, and was much later in the day.
Yeah, here the sun is still shining.
Here the sun is still shining, exactly.
Indeed, correct, Commissioners.
Colonel, this open back bakkie, is this the black bakkie that is referred to?
That would be correct, Commissioner.
So Mashaba and them would have transported the drugs open in this way, if they had their way?
That looks like that, Commissioner. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And without protection?
I cannot answer to that, ma'am.
Yes.
I do not know what their plans were at that stage.
Thank you.
And just remind us, the police van is the one that prevented the black Nissan bakkie from leaving the warehouse.
This is what I found when I came on the scene and I asked what's going on here, and it was explained to me that that black bakkie apparently wanted to leave, so it was blocked in by a Mbuyiseli police van.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner.
Going back to the FSL, the drugs that are now, that cannot be accounted for, the one, I think it's 136 kilogram that cannot be accounted for. Do you know if FSL has conducted its own investigation of what happened, because this was in their custody?
I'm not sure. I think Brigadier Allen can attest to that, Commissioner. I will not be able to comment on that.
And you haven't seen any FSL records that account for who handled these drugs at different stages until the amount of 751 has reduced to the 579? You haven't seen any records of that?
The only records I could see was the 212 statements by the analyst of people handling the drugs, Commissioner. Apart from the 212 statements where the people's names appear that did the analysis, I'm not able to give any other names.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Colonel, Major General Gerber's report, right at towards the end of the report, where he makes some findings. If we can just turn to page 106.
CJ?
Gerber, CJC 216. CJC 216, and specifically page 106.
I'm there, Commissioners.
Thank you. So he says he doesn't find evidence against the four. But then he says the following. He says, and it's sort of like the second paragraph just before the bullet points. There were fundamental administrative errors made by the investigators assigned to the team, and I highlight these, although they have no bearing on the IPID recommendations. And then he lists them. And he lists them as follows: errors in relation to serial numbers on the evidence bag, statement of Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris, who performed the seizure together, differs, but was rectified and found to be an administrative error. The number of evidence collected, statements indicate 700, whereas FSL received 715. Several witness statements also confirm 715. The 1 brick of cocaine recovered by LCRC and handed over to DPCI, indicating members did not fully explore and receive all exhibits, a human error given the circumstances. Next, premature arrest of police officials, albeit justified based on circumstances at the crime scene. If allowed time to investigate, a different outcome may have been achieved. Lack of follow-up on alibis, thus allowing the defense to obtain statements and providing such in their representations to DPP. Statements from commanders, but initially indicated telephonically they were not aware of what their members were doing, but later changed their version, should have been obtained immediately. And this is, at least for me, the most important thing about all of that, is the next sentence. He says, the above will have serious implications on any future representations made by the DPCI to have the Boyson's case placed back on the roll. So the effect of it is no successful prosecution will come from this.
Yes,
Can you comment on that and the shortcomings that Major General Gerber identified?
I'm not sure when he refers to errors relating to serial numbers on evidence bags. I'm not sure what he actually means by that. Statement from Norkia and Morris, that error or the differences between their statements must have been rectified in my time of absence. The 700 and the difference between the 700 and 715, if you have a look at my original statement, my handwritten statement, I did not mention any specific count of the blocks there. I only mentioned it in later statements. And I might have based my statement on the 212 statement from FSL. But as I said on the outset, my statement is to the best of my recollection. The 1 brick that was discovered, like I said, must have been the lighting, and it was human error. We're dealing with humans, although we expected to not make this type of mistake. We're dealing with human beings. In terms of the premature arrests, that is a 50-50 issue in my opinion. In hindsight, I would agree with him that we should have just continued with the investigation, and then indeed there might have been a different outcome. But that is in hindsight. You know, sometimes we need to make decisions on a crime scene within minutes or in a very short space of time. And then fortunately or unfortunately, we then have to live with our decisions that we had to make in a very short space of time. The lack of follow-ups on the alibis, I think for the most part, the investigation team did what they could in terms of following up on the alibis. The statement from the commanders, I was aware of a situation where certain of the commanders of the members that were arrested. I'm aware of the fact that those initial indications telephonically that they were not aware of their members on the scene, and later they said, no, we were aware of the members on the scene in statement form. That is worrisome, definitely worrisome as well. So that's basically my comments on these points. But yeah, if, you know, unfortunately we don't always have a do-over in life, but I would do certain things differently. For example, the investigation before the arrest. But yeah.
Unless there are any questions from the commissioners, that's it from me.
Can I just, the supplementary statement, should we amend that reference to 134? It would clearly be incorrect because I think it's on page 12. No, sorry. Yeah, page 12, para 51. The supplementary. It should be 136.46.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that was just a typo.
Yes.
I think it's in paragraph 51, it's the same thing.
Yes. Yeah, that's where I was.
51 and 52.
Yes.
Both
51 and
references.
52.
Yes. Colonel, when you started very early on in the day, you mentioned, and I think this was in the general discussion before you got into the statement, that to date no arrests have been made. Was it in relation to the drugs themselves, the seized drugs, or members of the SAPS?
Commissioner, on the scene, as indicated, there were 4 people arrested. In the interim, that case has been removed from the roll after representations. And after that, I'm not aware of anyone else that was arrested on this case relating to the exhibits, relating to their conduct and the like.
Okay. And disciplinary action against Mr. Mashaba and the other 2 members?
I'm aware that there was disciplinary actions. I cannot recall which one. The one was one of the officers. I think it was the officer from, not the national one. If the advocate can just maybe assist me. Was the guy driving the black bakkie? That was...
Makhane.
Yeah, I think he was suspended. But I'm just talking of things that I heard, Commissioner. I cannot testify to that fact as a fact.
And do you know whether any of them or all of them are still in the employ of the state? The traffic chief and the
I
other
think the
members?
chief is.
Okay.
And I know at least one of the SAPS members are still also employed. I'm not sure about the third SAPS member, the second SAPS member, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Sim.
Can I take you back to page 109 of the exhibits bundle? CJC 217.
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes. Colonel, just looking at that photo, I mean, surely that is wrong, that you can load these bags in the back of an unmarked van, which is black in color, before the exhibits are secured and properly sealed and properly numbered and properly counted, just on its face.
And photographed. It was not photographed before this.
They haven't even been counted or put in seal bags or anything like that. Somebody has loaded them in what is clearly a private vehicle, and they are removing them from a from a crime scene.
We established that this is, my humblest apologies, Commissioner.
Where you
sir.
find drugs, I mean, it's a crime scene,
Absolutely,
and that scene must be secured.
absolutely.
But here they are already being removed, and somebody's taking them somewhere.
Yeah. You will also see that this is before we came to the crime scene. Look at the people standing around. The gentleman there with the red shirt, no, is definitely not a police officer. So this was before we arrived there. So it's not even cordoned off. Like one of the first things that the advocate highlighted was that it should be there should be at least an inner perimeter, which wasn't done if one has a look at the photograph. So when you say that that's improper and incorrect, I have to totally 100% agree with you, Commissioner.
Even assuming the arrest was premature and improper, just looking at what they have done in that photo,
Yes,
that is contrary to all the prescripts.
100%, Commissioner. I agree with you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Not that it makes any difference at all to how this was handled and how improper it is. I think you wanted to make a correction, and I think it's something that I picked up from the statements, that van turned out to be a police van.
That's correct. It was a police van, yes.
Thank you.
Or not a police van, but a police vehicle.
A police vehicle.
Yes, Commissioner. The black vehicle, yeah.
What does that mean? Do you mean it is being driven by a policeman or it is registered as a subs vehicle?
It is registered as a subs vehicle.
But as you know, even vehicles registered as subs vehicles can be used to commit offenses.
Absolutely,
So
Commissioner.
it
No.
doesn't follow that just because it is registered as a police vehicle, it was conducting proper police business.
Your comments 100% correct.
But then
Commissioner.
again, on the flip side, you can't assume without more that they were committing a crime.
100% correct.
So you must investigate all these things.
Indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, your commissioners have caused me to have a follow-up. Because the issue of premature arrests and all of that is quite important here. There were several people who arrived at the scene, the first responders I was referring to earlier, and along the way, and that's, I think, where Warrant Officer Pakula comes in at a certain point, because he only arrives, when we were looking at the timeline, he only arrives at the Eriton. He doesn't follow the truck with the others, right? He arrives in Eriton. And one of the findings by Major General Kharba was that he thought that Warrant Officer Pakula was genuinely trying to investigate the scene, but then was subjected to the arrest and all of that. And perhaps that was the comment about the premature arrest, because if he wasn't complicit with the others and the black bucky and the removal of the drugs, he may have been able to do more to do some processing of the crime scene. Can I get your comment on that?
I cannot really comment on Pakula's role there, but I don't know. He was, who asked him to come to the scene, and why? If he's at a national investigation entity, why didn't he contact the correct people? He contacted Sipungu, Colonel Sipungu, who is his commander, who was on leave. And if you again have a look at that photograph on 109, that red Kia there at the back would be the vehicle he came in.
The red vehicle?
The red Kia vehicle that you can only see the nose of in that picture. So at the end of the day, if he would have done something, the first thing, why didn't he secure the drugs and at least have an inner perimeter? That's just a question I would ask. But I cannot comment on exactly what he did at the crime scene, commissioners.
No, that's fine. I think that it's based on Major General Garba's interview and then the statements he took from Officer Bakula, who explains what he did and calling the jock and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to clarify maybe what he understood as being premature arrest.
Thank you.
That's all from me. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Colonel. You're excused. Let's adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow.